Rackies from the inside was fast off the gates, working forward, Lost Eden, La Resh, New Comedy, and deeper out on the track, working up into it, was Dubai Future. So Dubai Future up on the outside will go up and put it to Lost Eden. Rackies uses the inside to lead here with 2,100 metres left to go. Al Nafir fourth, fifth on the outside, deeper out here, working up into it now was Dubai Future, just racing a little wide at the moment. In behind them on the running rail was Dahabi, followed there by Daramethos. Then came La Resh, settling down about eighth now, being passed by Trailer. El Patriota was next, followed there next by Ruling Dynasty with only two behind him. That was Ursa Minor, and Scottish Anthem for the Crisford Yard goes all the way to the back. 1,600 metres, under the mile they go, and Rackies is leading them along here, going at moderate fractions up in front. The outside, forced to improve here, is Dubai Future. Goes up to sit outside the leader. Lost Eden third, Daramethos fourth, and three wide at the moment without cover. The inside there, New Comedy. Trailer three wide with the back. Then came next in turn Al Nafir, followed by Dahabi. Buried away on the inside, followed by La Resh. Ruling Dynasty was next, but deeper out with cover and in a nice spot here to improve very shortly. El Patriota, third to last from Ursa Minor, and Scottish Anthem is still the last one. So 950 metres left to run here in the penultimate event from Meydan. Rackies clicks it up, leads a length here. Dubai Future in second. Third up on the outside, Daramethos from New Comedy, Lost Eden, and on the inside here, Dahabi. Trailer already under a ride here. Working up is Al Nafir from El Patriota, Ruling Dynasty, with plenty in front of him and plenty to do. Ursa Minor, third to last. La Resh drops out of the contest, being passed here now by Scottish Anthem. They straighten up for the judge now. In race number 8, Rackies leads ahead. The outside Dubai Future has done it tough, but he hits the lead here in the final stages under Christian DeMuro. New Comedy third, fourth on the inside. Now out with a run here is Dahabi. Can he do it? Dahabi letting down on the outside here as they come up to the 16th pole here in the 8th event, and it is Dahabi who's going to draw away a conservative effort. He saved the ground, and it was a monumental A-grade ride. A great performance here by William Buick, who gets the double. Scottish Anthem made up a stack of ground. Rackies was next from New Comedy. And we are off and racing in the At the Top, presented by Emar Handicap over the 1,200 metres, and they got away to a great start. Morning from the wide gate heads back with Mythical Dancer. Out fast was Mr. Carfu, goes up to lead in the early stages. El Tariq was second, El Karama third, gets the leaders back on the rail. Working up deeper out there was Tarqui to find a forward position, but posted three wide at the moment. Next in turn was Shanagai City, followed there by Shanti Star. Deeper out on the track, recovering after the poor start, was Morning, working around with Ulstan Taller. They were followed there next by Thorbarn. Mozahim second to last with plenty to do, and the last one back on the fence there was Mythical Dancer. So they make their way into the straight, and Mr. Carfu shows them a clean pair of heels with 350 metres left to go, gives a kick. Al Tariq into second. Working up into it here through the runners here was Morning. It'll be a monumental effort to see him win. Shanagai City, Al Karama, and up in front though, Mr. Carfu getting claimed on the outside here by Al Tariq, and Al Tariq from Morning. Morning's going to make this very interesting. Al Tariq, Morning takes the last. An outstanding effort. Morning beats Al Tariq in the shadows of the post. Third across was Mr. Carfu.
It's great to catch up with one of the more famous faces around racing here at Meydan, Doug Watson. Doug, you enjoyed a great festive Friday when, of course, you had a big winner in Isolate. I wanted to just focus on the couple of big races today. In the Zabeel Mile, San Donato. Now, you heard Pat and I chatting about this a bit earlier on. The draw, once again, not very kind to poor San Donato.
No, he had it 2 weeks ago. We kind of took him out for that reason, over 7 furlongs. So mile gives him a little more chance to get a good position. He's going to have to pass a few coming in, but he's in great form. I don't know if he's been better for him.
Would that actually suit him, being able to just pick off 1 or 2 horses, give him that confidence?
Well, hopefully, I just see how the race sits up. He does come home a little later than a lot of horses. You know, he has a nice turn of foot, so we're hopeful that he can find the gaps.
The other big race tonight, of course, is the Dubai Stakes. You've got a couple of runners in there. Sound Money, we haven't seen him for a while. How is he for his return?
He's great for us. You know, Boop had him last year, and they did a great job with him. Drew horrible on World Cup night, but won the Mob Al Shamal. Really nice horse to train. Works super, and we have him ready anyway, first time out, I believe. And Color Up ran just a super race the other night, had a little bit of adversity and still came through. They both are in with a good shout.
Yeah, Color Up is a horse that I'm very excited by. I remember when he won that handicap, and then you pitched him into much better company. And some people have said, slightly surprising that you did that, but you've always believed in this horse, that he's very good.
We have, and you know, the owner was nice enough to let us wait that month in between his prior race and to get to that handicap, to win one in the Carnival last year. And then, you know, we were kind of running out of season, and he had run such a great race in there. We didn't do much with him, and he really made a good credit of himself in the Mob Al Shamal. And he's going into this one a lot fresher, and I think he's getting better all the time.
Is there anything else that we ought to pay attention to? Anything else that you're particularly excited about?
We got some pretty bad draws. Sari Dubai was in great shape, but he drew 15, and I really like Nair in the second race. And then back on the turf with Shafaf. We've loved him at home, but he ran a pretty poor race on the dirt, but he's a pretty straightforward, nice horse.
Final thing, when will we see Isolate in action next?
I believe we're kind of leaning towards the Saudi Cup, going extra 1/8 of a mile. We have the fire break back here, and then obviously the Burj Nahar on Super Saturday, but I don't kind of want to hear again how we've won 5 or 6 Burj Nahars, but none of those horses have ever won on World Cup night. So it gives them a little more time in between races, and we'll see where we stack up.
Well, you started off when I chatted to you saying that Pat and I hadn't given any of your horses selections. Consider it a good thing, Doug. Good luck.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, Rishi.
Well, we are getting ready for our first race here at Meydan. The thoroughbreds on the turf in action for the Zabil Turf. This race presented by Azizi. And the first horse we're going to have a look at, just coming around with the red hood to my left, your right, and that is number 6, Local Dynasty, who is trained by Charlie Appleby, who is just standing outside the pre-parade ring, having a little chat with Simon and Ed Crisford. And we can talk about Local Dynasty a little bit more, and I think he's the one to beat in this race. He was, I think, probably a horse that didn't quite stay last time in the November handicap, which normally takes place at Doncaster, but actually took place at Newcastle at the back end of last season in the UK. Prior to that, he'd run some really good races in defeat over tonight's distance of 10 furlongs or 2,000 metres. His run behind Killebeg's Warrior at Newmarket on the 14th of July was very good because he didn't get the chance to show his absolute best on that occasion, but ran on nicely, wasn't beaten that far. And then the run prior to that, behind Burdett Road at Royal Ascot, that was a very good effort when he finished 3rd. And again, he didn't get clear sailing. He got into the race late on. And I think with a little bit of luck, then he will be the one to beat. Let's have a little spin through some of the other horses. Just ahead of him is horse number 5, which is Shafaf. It's got an awkward draw in stall 12 for trainer Doug Watson, who we just spoke to a few moments ago. Shafaf is, well, he's coming here off the back of having had a run on dirt. That was his first run on dirt back in November. Hopefully that will bring him forward. He didn't seem to act in it on that occasion, and being back on turf might be more his cup of tea. Just ahead of him, the Chestnut. That is horse number 4. Go Soldier Go, who actually comes here for a first run since June when he was running at Ellis Park. He ran in the Matt Wynn Stakes on that occasion, and prior to that he ran in a pretty hot race at Belmont Park, which was won by the subsequent classic winner Arcangelo. He didn't seem to enjoy those competitions, but he's back in Dubai, where he actually ran pretty well last season, but that was all on dirt. He moves on to the turf today for the first time, so a bit of a challenge for Go Soldier Go. Horses are leaving the pre-parade ring. The last one to leave will be horse number 1. That's Passion and Glory for Saeed bin Saror. I was talking to Pat about this horse earlier on, and the fact that he hasn't really managed to been awkward with his ability, showing it here at Meydan. Just the last horse to leave this area is number 7, Ursa Minor, for Ahmed Ben Hamash and Connor Beasley. It's been the last one to leave this particular part of the pre-parade ring. The others over to the left will be joining them very shortly. They're headed by horse number 9, which is King of Time for Simon and Ed Crisford, who was last seen at Royal Ascot back in June. So that's a look at some of the principal contenders. I think Local Dynasty is the one to beat in our opening race. Let's head up to the commentary box and join Pat.
Hi Rishi, thank you very much. It's great to be joining you here on the broadcast for our 5th meeting of the season. It is a really competitive night right across the 9 races. We've obviously got the Zabil Mile to have as our feature event on the program. It looks a really great night where a bunch of runners are also going to get their opportunity to, I guess, set the tone for the back end of the season, where we're going to be racing here a lot more often. And really excited to see that 2,000 guineas trial. Although it is a smaller race in size, there's plenty of quality right through that, including Maryatel for Michael Costa. We will have to wait till race number 8 for that race there, but I really liked the look of Maryatel. This is a really competitive race though, this first event. The runners are making their way out to the parade ring here for the opening event. Over the 2,000 metres, it is the Zabil Turf, and we do have a field of 12 runners heading to post. So here is number 1 here for the first event on the program as the runners make their way into the mounting yard, and that is Passion and Glory. The 8-year-old gelding by Cape Cross for Saeed bin Saror. Christian Demuro will do the riding here in the upcoming race here to kick off the program. It comes out of a Group 2 event at the back end of last season. We haven't seen him here at the races so far this year in any other place. He has obviously not done any racing overseas. his form here is okay. Having a look at where he's been in the past, probably not a horse who has gelled as well as some of the other Godolphin runners who have made their way across, but his listed win at the early part of March last year under Daniel Tudhope in Bahrain over the 2400 suggests this might be a little bit more of a suitable distance than 2 miles. Number 2 is Gaumont, the Bahraini runner here. Patrick Cosgrave replaces Kieran Schumark here for his second run in the UAE. Last start was beaten 8.5 lengths, running 6th there in behind measured time. He heads to an 85 and up handicap. This looks an easier contest for him. He gets a little bit of extra ground as well, heading up to the 2,000 metres for this upcoming start. We saw him win over the 1,800 metres 2 starts ago under Gerald Mosse in Bahrain, and he's hopefully able to kick off with a potential top 3 or top 4 placing here in this first race and get some prize money on the board. Number 3 is the French horse in Track of Time for Francis-Henri Graffard, and comes into this here with Mikhail Barcelona in the saddle. Last seen winning at Chantilly over the mile in a conditions event there, and he was able to score there in wetter conditions than he faces here tonight by 3/4 of a length. Hoping to make his presence felt here in his first run in the UAE. He comes into this with some okay form. He just will need to overcome a slightly wide gate, having drawn gate number 10. Go Soldier Go is the 4-year-old colt here by Tapiture. Adri de Vries rides for Fauzi Nas in the Victorious stable. 57.5 kilograms here. He draws the ace, and he is having his first run back here at Meydan since the 25th of March of last year. Number 5 is Shafaf, who has drawn a little wide on the track here. Jim Crowley takes the ride here for Doug Watson and Her Highness Sheikh Hissa. And the Shadwell team here, the entire by Medaglia Dioros, had the 12 starts for 5 wins and 4 minor placings. A great record so far, and finds a suitable race here in this event, but does once again, much like a few of these, have to overcome the wide draw. Number 6 is Local Dynasty, the 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. William Buick does the riding here this evening, and he has his first ever run here coming across, last seen over 2,400 metres with William Buick on board on the 11th of November. So a recent arrival here to Dubai is Local Dynasty, the son of Dabawi, and hopefully he's able to start off his Dubai season here with a bang. Number 7 is Ursa Minor, coming into this race after last being seen a couple of weeks ago in the 22nd of December meeting here at Meydan. That was in behind Dahabi, where he was back in the field on the running rail, and he got within 5.5 lengths there of the winner. Connor Beasley stays on board for Ahmed bin Hamash. The 7-year-old by See the Stars has his 18th start for his career. Number 8, Count Rostov, is a scratching. We head to the 9, King of Time, the 5-year-old gelding for Simon and Ed Crisford. Richard Mullen will do the riding here on board this horse in his 5th career start. He's 3 from 4 so far. He's had a string of wins up until his run at Ascot last time out, where he ran 17th on that occasion. But he has got more form over the 1,600 metres than 2,000, but hopefully he will be able to run well here for Connections this evening. Number 10 is Legend of Khan, who has already made his way out onto the track here. Andrew Slattery will ride for Fauzi Nas, who trains and owns this son of Cairo Prince. He's a get back and run on horse, and he will appreciate the switch over to the grass here this evening, with his 2 runs so far being on the dirt surface. Number 11, Aeonian, the 5-year-old gelding by Ulysses, 53 kilograms. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Masaba Almeri. He's had the 10 starts for 1 win. This is a big jump in what he's been able to compete against in the past, and will need to be at his best here today to be figuring. Number 12, Franz Kafka, 53 kilos here for Sam Hitchcott, 2-time winner from 18 starts, and he comes into this second up after a run at Meydan back on the 10th of November. He was 9.5 lengths there, running 6th in behind Kareem. Number 13, Tamam, for Oscar Chavez and Hamid Al-Marah. He's at the 3 starts for a win, a second and a third, and makes his Dubai debut this evening. That's our runners for race number 1. Runners head to the gate to the 2,000 metre mark for our first event of 9 from Meydan.
Manager operations, Zabil Feed. Thank you. There's a bit of confusion as to which horse has got it. And it's time for the first Best Outturned award for our first race. And in race 1, it's gone to horse number 5, Shafaf, who's looked after by Mohammed Khan. He's currently in the winner's enclosure right now, receiving his prize from Iftikhar Hussain, manager operations. We thank Zabil Feed for their sponsorship of the Best Turned Out award. Well done to Mohammed Khan, and best of luck to Shafaf in our opening race here at Meydan. Tough task on paper for Shafaf, who's drawn in stall 12. He had a go on the dirt back in November. He was beaten a fair way on that occasion, but I think it's fair to say that that is not his surface. But of course, he's got a much better record on the turf, and hopefully there'll be better to come for him now that he's back on this surface. The likely international favourite, and the horse that is the one that most people think is the one to beat, and that's number 6, Local Dynasty. He had a good record in the UK last season. He was a very good 3rd at Royal Ascot. He was a very good 4th at the July meeting at Newmarket afterwards, behind some good horses, the likes of Burdett Road and Killybegs Warrior, also Obelix and Westerton. And on that form, that makes him the one to beat. He ran last time out in November over a distance that I think just stretched his stamina somewhat. That was over 1.5 miles, 2,400 metres in the November handicap at Newcastle. I think dropping back in distance to 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres this evening is exactly what Local Dynasty wants, and he can give Charlie Appleby and William Buick a good start to the evening in the colours of Godolphin. Let's talk about horse number 3 next. That is Track of Time for Mikel Barcelona and Francis-Henri Graffard. This horse was putting together a good record in France at the end of last season. On his most recent run, he won at Chantilly on the all-weather back in December. Prior to that, he was a good second at St. Cloud in September behind Zulu Warrior. He's got a bit of form with one of Charlie Appleby's runners, that's Bold Act. But on that occasion, I thought Bold Act was a bit disappointing on bad ground. And if you take a strict line through Bold Act and Local Dynasty, Bold Act is a better horse. But Local Dynasty definitely has got the ability to improve, as perhaps has Track of Time as a 4-year-old who's only had a handful of starts. I think he's definitely a horse that will get better in time. He's got stall 10 for Mikel Barcelona to overcome, and he's definitely on the short list for this evening. The loading up process has begun. Worth mentioning horse number 2, Gaumont, who ran pretty well behind Measured Time last time out in the Al Rashidiyah on Festive Friday. He's a horse who's got form over a variety of trips. If he stepped forward fitness-wise from that race, a return to 2,000 metres shouldn't be too much of an issue for Gaumont. And obviously this represents a drop in class as he's going from Group 2 company, behind Measured Time, down into handicap now. So he's one to include. I mentioned Passion and Glory earlier on. I think his record at Meydan is a little bit of a concern. And also mention a couple of others, perhaps King of Time. Watch how he goes for Simon and Ed Crisford. He was in really good form back in the spring of 2022, but it's been a while since he has been in action. Last race came at Royal Ascot back in June 2022. So a little bit to prove for King of Time. Most of the field loaded up for our opening race, the first of 9, as the Dubai Racing Carnival continues here at Meydan. Let's head up to the commentary box and join Pat for our opener.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Looking forward to the first race of the evening. The first race in Meydan for 2024 after 4 great meetings so far. We head into the 5th meeting of the season here, and the runners are loading up here very quickly for the first event. So Shafaf comes up into line here for Jim Crowley. Joins King of Time in the outside stalls, and we are set here at the 2,000 metres, and we are away in the first event on the card. King of Time's going to snick back in the early stages to join Go Soldier Go at the back of the field. Shafaf out fast, deeper out on the track, going forward with Passion and Glory. They were followed there next in turn, working up into a forward spot was Local Dynasty. He's in the first few. Legend of Khan sitting a lot closer today on the grass. Next came Ursa Minor from Franz Kafka. Goemon is working through the field, and Tamam caught 4 deep at the moment without a back to follow. 2 lengths back, just worse than midfield. Aeonian followed there by Track of Time. Second to last in the run was Go Soldier Go, and King of Time is the last one. So 1,300 metres left to travel, and they make their way down the back section of the course. It is Godolphin 1-2, Passion and Glory lead to half. Local Dynasty second. Third on the outside, working up into it, Legend of Khan. And deeper out on the track, Tamam happy to sit off the rest of the pack here on the deeper part of the course. Ursa Minor was next, followed there by Goemon Shafaf. Aeonian, 4 back on the inside, just restricted for a run there as Goemon comes across to the fence. Franz Kafka goes around him. Then came Track of Time, King of Time, and the last one, Go Soldier Go. So fractions are good here as they make their way through the middle section here of the course, and it is still Passion and Glory who leads them to the top of the straight. Local Dynasty clicks it up on the outside and applies a little bit of pressure. Ursa Minor awaits the out on the inside in third. He's got some room now. Next came Legend of Khan. Deeper out, King of Time working into it with Tamam, followed there next by Shafaf, Franz Kafka, as Local Dynasty takes over inside of the 300-metre mark. King of Time out after him. Ursa Minor trying to work through. Passion and Glory dropping away. Local Dynasty though. Local Dynasty in the final 150 metres. He gets to the 16th pole and he is 3 or 4 lengths clear here. Local Dynasty wins well. Local Dynasty takes the first by 3.5. Ursa Minor second. Franz Kafka's snuck in for third, and maybe Track of Time fourth, followed by Aeonian. Then came working into it was Passion and Glory. Goemon was a little plain here this afternoon. Go Soldier Go was next, followed by Tamam. And the last two to cross over, Legend of Khan knocked up along with Shafaf. Local Dynasty for Charlie Appleby and William Buick takes the first event on the program. And he's able to do it well in the event. The 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi. So Godolphin strikes early here in 2024. They take the first race on the program, and after 2 wins last meeting before the new year ended, William Buick picked up a double on the card. He's been able to strike early here in the first event. Local Dynasty, too good in race 1.
Well, that was all straightforward for Local Dynasty. He raced with a great deal of enthusiasm in the hands of William Buick in the early part of the race, and turning into the straight, there was a brief challenge from King of Time, who had to make up a fair bit of ground round the outside and ran a race of promise after a long layoff. But in the end, Local Dynasty has sprinted away off what seemed to be fair fractions in the early part of the race, set by Passion and Glory, who was checked out in the end. He hasn't filled the first 5 positions. Good run from Ursa Minor, who stuck down on the inside rail for the majority of the contest. You'll see him travelling quite nicely, Ursa Minor, in the yellow, white and red, just behind Passion and Glory. Perhaps just had to wait for a stride or two, but no excuses. Was the second best horse in the race, and that's where he finished. Goemon down on the inside couldn't really land a significant blow on this occasion. Franz Kafka in the beige colours has made up good ground to be third. Also taken by that performance from King of Time. It's his first run since June 2022. He made a big move in the straight, or round the home bend into the straight, and that suggested that it would have taken its toll in the closing stages. However, Local Dynasty had a fair amount in hand when William Buick changed his reins and just squeezed a little bit more. He picked up very nicely and was able to stretch comfortably away. He was a pretty smart 3-year-old, showing good handicap form in the UK, and in his first run for 2024, first run here at Meydan, he has bounded clear to win. I think 10 furlongs is his distance.
Unofficial placings here for the Zabeel Turf over the 2,000 metres. Race 1, numbers are 6, 7, 12, 3, 6, 7, 12, 3. Winner's time, 2 minutes, 0.7. Margins 3 1/4 lengths by 1 1/4 lengths. Local Dynasty, our unofficial winner here of race 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome back our first winner of 2024 at Meydan. 4-year-old bay gelding by Dabawi out of Really Special, owned by Godolphin, trained by Charlie Appleby, and ridden by William Buick. Let's have a big round of applause for Local Dynasty! Well, it's a spot and a position that William Buick knows very well. Weighing in after having won a race at Meydan. Will, Happy New Year. Good to catch up with you, and I imagine that went pretty much as planned, wasn't it?
Thank you, Rishi. Yeah, same to you. Happy New Year. No, it's a good way to start the season over here, and he was very straightforward. The pace wasn't overly strong, and just about getting him to not do too much in the early stages, and he finished off real good. He's always, when you go through his form, he's never really run a bad race, so it's nice to get his head back in front.
Would it be fair to say that 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres brings out the best in him?
Absolutely, yeah. When he ran in the November handicap, which was at Newcastle, he probably just stretched him a little bit, so I would say this is his optimum trip for sure.
Good Christmas?
Very relaxed, very good, and no, really enjoyed it.
Well, we'll hopefully catch up with you later.
Thank you.
And that is correct weight here in race number 1. Correct weight numbers 6, 7, 12, 3. Winner's time 2 minutes, 0.70. Winner's margin 3 1/4 lengths. 6, 7, 12, 3. Correct weight, race 1, Meydan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first presentation of the evening. The Zabil Turf, presented by Azizi, would like to welcome up onto the stage to make the presentation Mr. Yusuf Merabi, the Chief Audit Officer for Azizi, and we thank them for supporting tonight's 9-race card here at Meydan. Stepping forward to receive on behalf of winning owners Godolphin after a quite magnificent performance from local Dynasty, a man who knows his way to the winner's enclosure and the presentation podium. A round of applause for Charlie Appleby. Getting ready for our second race here at Meydan. It's the Mina by Azizi. It's a maiden over 1,200 metres on the dirt. And here's a horse that I think it's fair to say most people would agree has a very good chance. That's number 9, Mr. Cafu, who's just been saddled up. The grey, who ran pretty well here on his last couple of starts. They're both over 1,200 metres, same as this evening. 2 starts back behind Thorban, and then last time out behind Morning. That was a pretty commendable effort. Drawn in stall 1, a horse who likes to go forward. It's a pretty obvious place to look when you are considering trying to find the winner. So that's Mr. Cafu, given the fact that those 2 races have come in handicap company up to 95 and 85 rated. So big chance for Mr. Cafu. Just going past us, pick up on horse number 10 to our left. He's just heading over to join some of his pals on the other side. That's number 10, Nayar. Well, maybe he's not. Change of mind, and he's going to circle around here. Nayar, Doug Watson was talking about him earlier on when we had a chance to catch up with him before racing. Pat Dobbs obviously in the saddle. Didn't run too badly here at Meydan over the same 1,200 metre distance as tonight, when second to Takid. Ended up beating about 4 lengths. On the face of it, that wasn't quite as good a run as Mr. Cafu's last time, but he's still lightly raced. He's open to improvement. This will be his 3rd start of the season. He ran first time up at Jebel Ali, stepped forward from run number 1 to run number 2. So it's possible that there may be more to come from this son of Munnings. The only other horse that is also on this part of the pre-parade ring is horse number 6, who's still being saddled up. Just the final touches going on Dahes for Musaba Al-Mahiri. Best form leaves him with a bit to find, really. Had the 1 start so far in the UAE. That came at Jebel Ali last month and was down the field behind Kalbarg. We'll have to wait and give Dahes a little bit of time. Wonder if we can just ask our excellent cameraman Pete to find the chestnut. He's horse number 7 over in the far distance. Let's see how good he is. This will be a challenge. He's a good golfer, I know that. How good he is as a cameraman, I'm not sure. We're about to find out. But Hallucinogene is the horse we're trying to concentrate on. There he is. Absolutely nailed it. He's an interesting horse for a fair few reasons, but the principal one is the fact that this is a half-brother to California Chrome. Of course, California Chrome won the Kentucky Derby. He also won the Dubai World Cup back in the day when Chrome turned to gold in the desert. So he's an interesting newcomer, Hallucinogene, for Salim bin Gadaya and Mikel Barcelona. Just having a closer look at him, just from where we are looking at him, you'll think that he's bound to come on for a run. Just looks as if he could tighten up for this effort first time up. But pedigree-wise, he's definitely a horse of huge interest as he makes his first ever appearance in a competitive event on the racecourse.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, runners head into the mounting yard for race number 2 here on the program. And the first horse we do head to is Al Abed. Christian De Muro will do the riding here for Masaba Almeri, the 4-year-old gelding by Dark Angel. Now, we've seen him on a couple of occasions so far this season. He's been doing a lot of racing at Jebel Ali. He comes across here to Meydan for the first time this season. He is 0 from 4 on the dirt. He's got the 3 minor placings to his name, including a 3rd placing last time out where he was beaten 8 lengths by Cal Bark, a horse who might appreciate a more flatter surface here this evening at Meydan. Number 2 is Al Hajjaj. He's a 4-year-old gelding by War Command. Saif Al Balushi will do the riding here for Ahmed bin Hamash. Last seen on the 30th of December in a maiden at Jebel Ali. Faces a maiden company once again here. That was over the 1,400 metres. He drops back to the 1,200 here tonight at Meydan. Another horse who is yet to break through here on the dirt in 4 attempts. Number 3, he's lightly raced. It is Al Sahib. He's a 4-year-old gelding by Mastery for Kaysabud, formerly with Bupat Sima. Leandro Ximenez will do the riding here, and he comes out for his 3rd run of his career. We have not seen this horse since November of 2022, so it's been a little while since he's been back to the races, and steps out here hoping to return in positive style. Number 4 is Benzema. We've seen plenty of him so far this season already. Last time at Meydan was 8th, beaten nearly 12 lengths. He's been going around quite a bit looking to break that maiden tag. He's had 25 starts for 4 minor placings. This might be a little bit tough for him this evening with a few more horses certainly suited by the conditions. Number 5 is Chief of Navy, who steps out here for the 4th run this season. So the 2 starts at Meydan, 1 at Sharjah. Hasn't been within 9.25 lengths of the winner in all 3 runs, but last start on Christmas Eve was his best for the season so far. So hopefully we continue to see a gradual improvement as Chief of Navy gets deeper into the preparation. Here is the 6 in Dahez. He'll spot the yellow distinguishing cap here. Also for Masaba Almeri. He's had the 1 start in the UAE this season. We did see him racing over in the UK up to as far as July. So hopefully we see an improvement on his last run. He was nearly 14 lengths off the winner. He did run 5th on that occasion, and he stays at the same track and distance. Number 7 is Hallucinogene, former Cal Barcelona, Salam bin Gudaya, and His Excellency Sheikh Hamdan steps out here for a debut run, hoping to make his presence felt a half to California Chrome, so bred to be quite handy on this surface, and hopefully he starts off his career in style. We head over to number 9 now, the Ghostly Grey in Mr. Carfu, who looks the horse to beat on paper, dropping back here from 75 to 95 company over the same track and distance, where he ran 3rd, beaten 2.75 lengths against impressive proven company. Comes back to non-winners grade here, looking to break that maiden tag, and as a front runner he'll get every possible chance from gate number 1. Number 10 is Naya for Doug Watson and Patrick Dobbs. We've seen him twice so far this season, once at Jebel Ali, once at Meydan. He was beaten 4 lengths last time out by Tarkeed here over the track and distance. That was in 56 to 75 company. He also heads back into maiden grade and looks one of the main threats here for Mr. Carfu. And we head to Mezzatinto, the 6-year-old gelding by Shamadal, who's made his way out onto the track already for Bupat Sima. Tygo Shea will do the riding here. He jumps on him here for the first time since the first up run at Jebel Ali. He's had the 3 runs so far this season and comes into this 4th up for the season so far, and has continued to improve as he's got deeper into the campaign. That's our runners here for the second event on the program. We go with 10 runners here in one of our maidens for the evening over the 6 furlongs on our dirt surface. .25 starts for
Zabil Feed sponsored the Best Turned Out Horse Award, and in race number 2, it has gone to horse number 5, Chief of Navy, who's looked after by Ikram Ahmed. He's receiving his prize now from Iftikhar Hussain, the manager for operations. We thank Zabil Feed for their sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Award. 650 dirhams going the way of Ikram Ahmed. Good luck to Chief of Navy in our second race. We're just looking at Mr. Cafu making his way down to the start for our second race. The horse that I think it's fair to say is the one to beat, judged by particularly his last 2 runs, both here at Meydan, both times over 1,200 metres. At 2 starts back in November, he was second behind Thorban. That in itself was a pretty good run. That would give him a very good chance tonight. But I think it's fair to say he bettered that effort when he was third behind Morning. Obviously, Morning is stepping up in class this evening, later on the card. But also behind him that day was Al Tariq, who is a very good horse in comparison to some of the other form that's on offer, presented by some of the other runners. So Mr. Cafu, who likes to get on with things, makes the running from stall position number 1. Looks an obvious contender here under Connor Beasley for Ahmed Bin Amash, who had a good runner in our first race. Ursa Major running well in the opener behind Local Dynasty. Naya is another intriguing contender for the race and one that will definitely be on the shortlist. He also ran in handicap company last time out here at Meydan back on the 8th of December. And that was a good effort behind Takid, who was beaten 4 lengths on that occasion. And in a strict comparison between the 2 races that we spoke about regarding Mr. Cafu's arguably achieved more. But Naya is relatively lightly raced. He's had 3 fewer starts than Mr. Cafu and probably has more improvement to come. So there is that on his side, but he is drawn in 5. You expect that Mr. Cafu is going to go forward and have that normally advantageous position in stall 1. The newcomer, number 7, Hallucinogene by Accelerate, out of Love the Chase, making him a half-brother to California Chrome. A very, very good horse from America. Of course, won the Dubai World Cup a few years ago, and Hallucinogene for Salim bin Gadai and Mikhail Barcelona is having his first racecourse appearance. Just have a look at his ears as he goes round down at the start. That's indicative of Hallucinogene taking in all around him. It's his first start. It's a new experience. If he's able to win this race first time up, it will be quite a good effort. Obviously, the pedigree suggests that he could be quite smart, but we won't know for certain until the gates open and he's tested against a couple of useful rivals, certainly useful in average sort of handicap company, the likes of Mr. Cafu and Naya. Mezzo Tinto is also an intriguing runner. He was second behind Never Show Weakness. Never Show Weakness runs later on the card. Never Show Weakness, I thought, probably has a good chance stepping into handicap company, stepping up in distance. Mezzo Tinto for Bhupat Seema and Tiger Shea was behind Never Show Weakness on his last start. That was in a maiden here in December. Mezzo Tinto's had a fair few goes, 18 starts so far, but hasn't managed to get his head in front as yet. The likelihood is from stall position number 10 today is going to be quite tough. Number 1 is Al Arbed for Musaba Al Mahiri, and Christian Demura has got the visor on. Pretty consistent horse at Jebel Ali. Al Arbed was behind Cal Barg on his most recent run over 1,200 metres. He's run over a variety of trips from 5 furlongs up to 7. He's run okay, but again, in stall 9 and having had a few chances, you kind of think 1 or 2 might be offering a better option in this race, perhaps a horse like Mr. Cafu or Naya. But Al Arbed, you can see this horse running okay because generally pretty consistent for connections. The loading up process well underway there. Going forward is Hallucinogene. It'll be interesting to see how this 4-year-old gets on his first career start. Last 3 are to be loaded up. So for race 2, why don't we head up to the commentary box and rejoin Pat for the call.
Thank you, Rishi. Looking forward to this second event as well. Hopefully one horse can break their maiden tag in style here. I think you and I both agree, as well as the international market, that number 9, Mr. Cafu, has got a great chance here after what we saw him do last time out to the races. Connor Beasley having a great season so far in the saddle. Many wins for this trainer as well. Ahmed Bin Hamash having a great year as well. and sitting right up in the top few here for the premiership so far this season. Locked away at the 1200 metres for race number 2. Set to go away. Mr. Carfu jumped incredibly well, anticipated the start and puts a length and a half on them in the early stages. Chief of Navy going forward to apply some pressure. Naya is about a length and a half off the leader in third, followed there by Al Hasib on the inside. Hallucinogene gets the run up the inside. Deeper out Benzema along with deeper out on the track there Al Hajjaj. Followed there next in turn by Dahiz, sitting to the outside of his stablemate in Al Abed. And the last one was Mezzatinto, who's forced to race wide and begin a looping run. Chief of Navy wants to race Mr. Carfu up in the lead here. He's taken in the lead and gone off to a break of about 3 lengths as they begin the run for the judge. Mr. Carfu second. Connor Beasley sitting very quiet at the moment, now asking the grade to lift for an effort. Nayar starting to present now. Mezzatinto coming up into fourth. The 3 break away here. Mr. Carfu hits the lead. Nayar's got the drop on him here in the late stages. Mr. Carfu a length and a quarter. Nayar trying very, very hard here. Coming up to the outside of Mr. Carfu, being whacked away by Beasley, and Mr. Carfu will do enough. Mr. Carfu a half length beats Naya. Mezzatinto's found himself into third. Followed there, running on late, was Al Abed. Then came Dahis from Al Sahab. Next came Hallucinogene from Al Hajjaj, and Benzema was the last one home in race number 2. International Market got it spot on, and they did everything they could, some of the runners here, to beat Mr. Carfu here. They tried to take the lead away from him, but Connor Beasley was very, very patient with his runner. He backed the form, and he was able to reel in Chief of Navy, who tired there in the final stages. Naya, as the form suggested, made it a challenge all the way to the line, but a half-length victory here to Mr. Carfu. The official margins might say it's even 3/4 of a length here on the line, but Mr. Carfu gets the job done here in race number 2, a maidener, no more.
This was a clever ride, I think, from Connor Beasley as Chief of Navy pressed on, going perhaps too fast for his own good. Connor Beasley wasn't keen to hold his position on the rail, and he was able just to ease back and just saved enough energy to hold off Nayar, who has run really well for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. But in the end, Mr. Carfu, that little bit of energy that he was able to save turning into the straight proved crucial, and he breaks his maiden on the 10th attempt, turning in. Look at the horse down on the inside rail, Hallucinogene, who was in behind horses, caught up in a bit of backwash, but actually didn't run too badly. There's some ability there, the half-brother to California Chrome, and no doubt there'll be some improvement to come further down the line. Mezzatinto has stayed on okay. He ran pretty well behind Never Show Weakness last time out, so that's probably a fair sign. Al Abed, as he has often done, has run with some promise to fill a position in the first 4 once again. But Mr. Carfu, for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash, had a lot going in his favour today, but what he needed was a little bit of thought from his rider, and that's exactly what he got. Just when the pace was picking up, Connor Beasley eased off just a fraction, and that might have just made the difference between holding on from the late challenge of Nayar. Well done to Connections. Mr. Carfu has finally got his head in front.
Unofficial numbers here for race number 2, 9, 10, 8 and 1. 9, 10, 8 and 1. Winner is Mr. Carfu in a time of 1:12.68. Unofficial margins 3/4 by 6 1/4 lengths. 9, 10, 8, 1. Your numbers, race 2.
Well, here comes the winner of our second race back into the parade ring, heading to the winners' enclosure. Our second race was the Mina by Azizi, a maiden over 1,200 meters on the dirt. And a horse who is no longer a maiden is heading back to the winners' enclosure now. He's a 5-year-old grey or roan gelding by Frosted, out of the mare Night Delight, owned by Mr. Sultan Ali, trained by Ahmad bin Hamash, and very well ridden by Connor Beasley. Let's have a big round of applause here at Meydan for the winner of the Mina by Azizi. Here he comes, the grey, the roan. It is Mr. Cafu. Connor Beasley just checking that his weight is right for our second race, and we'll have a quick chat with him. Connor, I was praising you for what I thought was quite a smart ride. When Chief of Navy came whipping round the outside, you let him go and do his own thing. Saved a bit of energy for the end.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. To be honest, he's a bundle of fire, bundle of speed, this little horse, and obviously the last 2 runs there, he's ran really consistently, but he's just been getting caught out the last sort of 150 yards, so obviously the plan was to still use my draw, but when I seen the other horse come around me and want to go quicker than me, I was quite happy just to take a lead and fill my fella up with plenty really turning in. And no, I'm glad for him. The horse, he's got his head in front because, you know, he's been so consistent and had a couple of tough runs there now, but to get his head in front, obviously doing the world of good.
Were you worried when Nayar came to challenge and you could feel him on your girth?
I felt like I always had plenty there today, to be honest, but no, look at the line coming time.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our second race, which is the Mina by Azizi. We'd like to welcome up on the stage to make the presentation Mr. Sumit Nair, the Deputy Chief Development Officer for Azizi. And once again, we thank Azizi for their support of tonight's 9 races here on a fabulous evening at Meydan Racecourse. Terrific, courageous performance by the winner of our second race, Mr. Kafu, for owner Sultan Ali, and we welcome up onto the stage to receive the trophy on behalf of the winning connections, Mohammed Sultan Sabusi, Hamdan Sultan Sabusi, and Maktoum Sultan Sabusi. Congratulations. Well, 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 Meydan. Are you ready? It's tonight's first edition of Faces at the Races! Yeah. What I want to see, what we all want to see, are the most beautiful, biggest, bold smiles that you can possibly put on. I want to see all your look at that beautiful smile. Lots of good teeth, but I always say you don't have to have teeth to win one of these prizes, because some of us obviously can just look beautiful without it. So that is a beautiful heart and a beautiful smile. The first prize of the evening goes to that lovely lady. Congratulations, 500 dirhams coming your way. All you have to do is find your way to Concourse B to pick up your prize. Congratulations, our first winner of Faces at the ran really well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we get into the straight race for the evening. Head out from the 1,000 metres last meeting to the 1,200 metres, using the full extent here of the straight. On the reports, was currently sitting in a good to firm range. Let's have a look at our 16 runners who will contest in race number 3, the Azizi Venice, over the 1,200 metres for 210,000 dirham. Number 1 is City Walk. Syed bin Saror trains, and Christian Demuro will ride with the 62 kilos. He is our top weight. Draws gate number 14 here and is hoping to return here in style. First up for his Meydan season. Hakiki will wear the black distinguishing cap for Team Shadwell. John Hyde trains, Andrew De Vries rides with the 61 kilos. He draws gate number 9, and he is heading back in distance here after a first up performance at Abu Dhabi, running 13th in listed company to Lanakash. He drops back to the sprint trip here, second up. Number 3 is the grey and 9-year-old in Batouan, the son of Kendegant. Cal Barcelona will do the riding here for Nicholas Coulier. He has done it plenty of times before down the straight here at Meydan. He draws 16 here and comes out for his 45th start. The 5-time winner looking to add to that tally this evening. We move on now to number 5, and it is the colours of Mrs. Fitriani Hay. Patrick Cosgrave will do the riding here for Robert Cole. Democracy Dilemma, 4-year-old gelding here. He comes out this evening here, having run overseas over the 1,000 metres in his last few starts. He has his first up run in Dubai here for the season. Number 6 is Jadwal. They wear the standard colours here. Jim Crowley to do the riding here for Doug Watson, the 6-year-old gelding by Mustajib. He's been off the scene since March of 2022, returning off the long break here, and was last seen over the track and distance here at Meydan. Masaba Almiri trains this Shadwell runner in Kanja, the 5-year-old gelding by Kodiak. He'll spot the red distinguishing cap here. Bernardo Pinheiro to do the riding here from gate number 15. He has his first start here in the UAE, coming off here a run in June at Ascot, where Jim Crowley rode him to a 13th placing, beaten 5.25 lengths down the straight at Ascot. Number 8 is Tam Maui. He draws 11 for Heather Main, and Sam Hitchcock to do the riding here on the 6-year-old gelding by Invincible Spirit. Last seen at Ascot over 1,200 metres. He was beaten a distance on that day, but comes across to the UAE and will tackle the straight 6 once again. as the bell goes for riders to mount up here for race number 3. The 9 is Wallbank, the 4-year-old son of Kodiak. For George Bowie, William Buick looking to get an early double on the program here. He's had some support on the international market here, has Wallbank. He's had the 4 starts for a 2nd and a 3rd, stepping up to the 1,200 metres here. Last seen at the races at Ascot, over 1,000 back in late June. Number 10, Open Mind. Charlie Bennett rides for Syed bin Saror, wearing the white distinguishing cap. The 5-year-old gelding by Cable Bay draws over on the far side in gate number 4 and was last seen back in mid-September. So hasn't had too much time off the scenes, but comes into a much more difficult contest going off the handicap conditions of his last start. Number 11 for Sheikh Obeid, it is Doug Watson's Wild Majesty. Patrick Dobbs to do the riding here. This horse hasn't been seen since January of 2023 at Sharjah. Down the straight there on the dirt. He returns to the grass here for a return run to Meydan. Another Kodiak progeny in the event. Number 12 is Zawaya. The white distinguishing cap goes on this Bupat Sema trained runner for Shadwell. Tygo Shea does the riding here and was last seen at Jebel Ali on the 11th of March. Celtic Voyager was seen here at the races on the 22nd of December, down the track on that occasion. Marco van Rensburg jumps back aboard here for Mohammed Mardoud and the Blue Stables Racing Syndicate, having his 24th start here this afternoon, the 7-year-old gelding. 14 is out on the track already, Ventura Rebel for Saif Al Balushi and Ahmed bin Hamash. He has his first up run here for the season, last being seen over the track and distance at Group 3 company in behind Al Desem. Number 15, Yonafis, the 5-year-old gelding by Golden Horn, makes his way here. Had one run with John Van Overmeer in the saddle, running 2nd, beaten a short head over 1,400 metres at Abu Dhabi. That was in February of last season. He has his first up run here in 2024. And in the pink cap, Mutani for Oscar Chavez and John Hyde. He's having his 3rd up run for the season so far. He's had runs at Sharjah over 1,200, Jebel Ali over the 1,400, and heads here to the grass for his 3rd up run at Meydan. 16 runners heading up the top of the straight. And we will be almost set here for race number 3. Our final horse to have a look at is the 4, and that is none other than Story of Light for Ahmed bin Hamash off a rating of 100. Connor Beasley looking to go race to race here after taking out the last. This horse has had 2 runs already this season, and the last start at Meydan was beaten 5.5 lengths over 1,400 metres, drops in distance and heads on to the grass.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our Best Turned Out award for race 3. It has gone to horse number 13, Celtic Voyager. Everyone gathering to see the presentation, which is about to take place in the winner's enclosure. Lots of happy people viewing what's about to happen, and we are going to congratulate Garikai Sorudso, who is receiving his 650 dirhams from Dr. Ziad Al-Hawat, veterinarian, scientific key account specialist for Zabil Feed. We thank Zabil Feed for their sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Horse Award this evening. Best of luck to Celtic Voyager in race number 3. So the runners at the start for this handicap, Azizi Venice, 1,200 meters on the turf. Expect this to be very fast run. That might suit the grey horse, number 3, Batwan, who is drawn in stall 16 for Mikel Barcelona. Chatting to Pat earlier on the evening, interesting to see how the horses split, whether they stay as one, whether they stay on the far side, whether they come to the stand side. Traditionally, historically, the last few seasons, being on the stand side has been the place to be. But over 5 furlongs, 1,000 meters on Festive Friday, Pontos made just about all the running on the far side rail. I'm not sure that's going to happen this evening. I suspect there'll be more action taking place middle to stand side with a bigger field. Obviously, Batwan is one horse that you've got to include in your calculations. Another has to be City Walk. With that in mind, City Walk actually won here in February, beat Open Mind, who's also in the field today for Said bin Saror, who also trained City Walk. And City Walk had Open Mind and Batwan in behind on that occasion. I thought Batwan ran well then. Didn't have the best of luck, I don't think, on a couple of starts here at Meydan. Actually ran quite well on a few occasions in better company in France last season. I think he's got a chance, as has City Walk. There are a couple that still to arrive down at the post. Another one to mention is number 9, Wallbank for George Bowie and William Buick. Last seen racing at Royal Ascot back in June. He was way below par on that occasion in that handicap. He's much better than that. He was actually a pretty smart 2-year-old. He was second behind the Riddler in the Windsor Castle at Royal Ascot in 2022. Then ran well at Goodwood after that, but he struggled on his first start back in the UK at York last year in May, and then obviously disappointed at Ascot. If he can recapture his 2-year-old form for George Bowie, he's had a couple of trainers prior to George Bowie. He was with David Lochnan, and then he moved to Dominic French-Davis. Now with George Bowie, then he would have a chance. Last couple arriving down at the start, Celtic Voyager, who was the best turned out, as we heard just a few moments ago. He is in stall 2 for Mohamed Mardoud and Lucas van Rensburg in the saddle. He was last seen running here on Festive Friday behind Pontos, was well beaten on that occasion. Will have to step forward significantly, but that was his first run since March. The other horse we saw arriving down to the start was Democracy Dilemma for Robert Cowell and Pat Gosgrave. Last seen in action at Chelmsford back in September when he was able to overcome Count d'Orsay and won fairly comfortably on that occasion. Stall 1, not entirely certain that will be in his favour. Just hearing that horse number 8, Tanmawi, is currently having his left fore shoe being replaced. That's Tanmawi. who used to be with Charlie Hills. He's now with Heather Main. Sam Hitchcock riding. Last seen running at Ascot back in October. Was well down the field on that occasion. I'm not sure the ground on that occasion would have suited him. The quicker the ground, I think, the better for Tanmawi. You look back to the win at Windsor in July of last season. That was a pretty good performance. Not sure that that would be good enough to win, just a repetition of that form. I think he'll have to improve on that. But it was, or has been, a useful sprinter in the past for Charlie Hills. See what Heather Main can do with Tanmawi, who's drawn in stall 11. Sam Hitchcock has got back on board at Tanmawi, so hopefully there won't be too much more of a delay before the runners start loading up for our third race here at Meydan. Story of Light is another interesting runner. I mentioned about Ahmad bin Hamash's horses performing well so far this evening. Obviously Mr. Cafu in our previous race, and then prior to that Ursa Minor in the opening race. And Story of Light is on his best form. I think he's got a chance. He's generally a pretty consistent sort. He's shown the ability to obviously run okay on turf. He's never won on turf as yet, but he's run okay on this surface. Just hearing that Tanmawi is clear to run, so there he is just about to go forward. But I think Story of Light is one that you can put in the picture as well. He's drawn in stall 6. He's had a couple of runs this season, one at Sharjah and last time out behind Vaffortino in a listed race over 7. I think he'll appreciate going back down in distance to 1,200 metres today. Story of Light, you said the stable are in pretty good form at the moment, so expecting a better run from Story of Light than what we saw on Festive Friday. So the majority of the field loaded up for our third race here. It's going to be fast and furious. Only one man is ready to do the job of calling them home. And that is Pat.
We'll do our best, Rishi. Thank you very much. Tanmawi, as you said, fit to start here. Was just had a little bit of a check over from the vets there behind the stalls, but all fit to go. Sam Hitchcock loads away. Ventura Rebel coming up, joined now by Ken Jar and also Jadwal. Here is Batouan, the 9-year-old for Mikel Barcelona. Start number 45 this evening. Much bigger field than the 1,000-metre event last meeting. We'll see whether or not they do split here or they decide to stick to one side of the track. Runners are set here at the 1,200 metres, and they are off for the straight 6 event for the evening. Democracy Dilemma was fast off the inside. Celtic Voyager going up in the early stages with Zawaya. Now, a few of them making a way to the near side part of the track, but currently sitting off the field at the moment. The inside, far side runners do have the advantage. Up there as well, Tamawi. Followed there next in turn up on the far side there by Hakiki. Jadwal also sitting up in that division there with Wallbank. Next came Yonifus. Dropping away there was Wild Majesty, followed by Ventura Rebel. Mutani sticks to the centre of the line, dropping back there with Hakiki. And up on the back of the far side division there was Open Mind, sticking over to the near side part of the track. Kanjar goes along here with Batouan, and also there as well City Walk. Far side runners have the advantage at the moment. Democracy Dilemma, Yonifus starting to present here down the centre, and up on the far side part of the track in the purple silks is Wallbank. Wallbank up on the far side takes Yonifus here, leading by a short margin. Yonifus in for the fight. Wallbank from Yonifus. Wallbank, Wallbank. There's your double for Buick. George Bowie on the board here in Dubai for the season. Beats home a very brave Yonifus. Third across the line, Ventura Rebel. He was very promising there in the late stages. Democracy Dilemma dropped away with Open Mind. Then came Story of Light. Crossing over next was Batouan, followed there by Wild Majesty and Kanjar. Those horses on the near side certainly did not get the advantage here this evening. Dropping back through the field there, we saw Zawaya with Jadwal. Pulling up just past the post here is Celtic Voyager, and he was at the back of the field there with Tamawi. Well, the preparation suggested he was ready to fire tonight was Wallbank. And although Yonifus made a very, very good bid for the lead there, and at the finish it was Wallbank for George Bowie. Getting the job done here as well. Fantastically prepared by George's team here in Dubai. And they have done a wonderful job here with this son of Kodiak. He's changed hands a few times. He makes his way over to the UAE, scrapped that last run at Ascot. He is a nice sprinter and a big few months ahead here for not only the stable, but this wonderful horse.
That is definitely true. Wallbank under a fine ride from William Buick, but a terrific training performance from George Bowie and his team. First start since Royal Ascot back in June, and he has produced quite a startling performance to go past Democracy Dilemma and Janafis in the closing stages. They've pulled well clear of their rivals on the far side. Ventura Rebel has run on quite nicely ahead of Story of Light, but Wallbank was going away at the end, and this was a very smart effort. This horse, who is very lightly raced in comparison to some of his more exposed rivals, has produced a smart effort here today. He is most definitely a sprinter to follow. The three on the stand side marooned. You have to feel sorry for Paul Batwan, who once again hasn't had luck in his favour. He's beaten his two rivals a long way, but in the end they were in the wrong part of the track. They didn't have enough early pace to tow them into the race, and as a consequence they were marooned on the stand side, while all the major action happened far side towards the far side rail, and Wallbank has come home comfortably in front. Irrespective of where they raced, that was a really smart effort from this 4-year-old on his first start since last summer in the UK. Look at the way he gets into the race here. He's got Democracy Dilemma as a target. Janafis on the outside is trying to make up ground, but as he gets past Democracy Dilemma, he does seem to really lengthen and stretch away from Janafis and Democracy Dilemma. As I say, the likelihood is he'll probably come on a little bit for this. Wallbank beats Janafis, Democracy Dilemma, Ventura Rebel, Story of Light, Open Mind. Batwan, who was first home on his side, was 7th overall.
Unofficial numbers here for race number 3, 9, 15, 5, 14. 9, 15, 5, 14. It's a double for William Buick. Wallbank, our unofficial winner in the Azizi Venice over 1,200 metres. Winner's time, 108.98. And the margins, 1 1/4 by 2 3/4 lengths. 9, 15, 5, 14. Race number 3.
Well, it's time to welcome back our third winner of the evening following the running of the Azizi Venice. It has gone the way of horse number 9, a 4-year-old bale gelding by Kodiak out of No Lippy, trained by George Bowie, owned by Ammo Racing Limited, a double for rider William Buick. How about a round of applause for your winner, Wallbank! It is a second win this evening for William Buick. Took the first race on Local Dynasty, and on Wallbank this time. William, I'm looking at it. A few people would have looked at it and gone, that's a pretty smart effort on his first run since June. What did you make of it on board?
Yeah, exactly. He had a long time off, and you know, he's been here a while, and they were very happy with him. So, look, he travelled beautifully throughout the race, and the pace was near where we were drawn, so we had that to follow, which was a big help. But you know, he travelled so supremely well, and he saw that very well. So, yeah, I thought it was a decent performance.
You know as well as I do, when a horse goes well here at Meydan, they can go through the grades in a carnival. Does he give you the feel, considering it's his first run in such a time, that he could take a step up in grade?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you definitely have to think that he's going to improve, and he's a very straightforward horse. And those better races, they go good pace, which will suit him.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to our presentation for our third race, the Azizi Venice. And once again, we thank Azizi for their support of tonight's 9 races here at Meydan. Stepping forward to make the presentation, Mr. Humayun Azizi, the Vice Chairman, banking. A terrific performance from the winner, Wallbank. His first start since Royal Ascot back in June 2023. A terrific training performance by the man stepping forward to receive, on behalf of the winning owners, Amo Racing, it is trainer George Bowie. Well, here is the winning trainer, George Bowie. That was a very smart performance, George. First time, as I said, since June that we've seen this horse on track. When did you first get him? What were you expecting coming here tonight?
Well, it was actually Keir's plan, who runs Amo Racing. He said he wanted to have a runner in Dubai, and this horse sort of fitted the bill. So he came over during the yearling sales, and he was pretty fit when he came out here. But the guys done a super job out here. Ryan King and Chaz Robertson. I only came yesterday and been on the phone the whole time, but they've done a super job. He's been training pretty good. I don't think it was unexpected, and hopefully he can climb the ladder out here.
You say he's been training pretty good. I mean, looking at his last couple of runs, or the 2 runs in 2023, they were below par, not the horse that we saw as a 2-year-old. So from the moment that you got him, and the moment that he's been training, has he shown that all that old ability was still there?
Not initially, but like, he's a horse who, as he got fitter, he probably had an issue or two, and then they seem to have been ironed out, and like, he's certainly going the right way now.
What will be the plan then, and is there a long-term target?
There's the big races at the end of the Carnival, but he might go to the Blue Point, or there's the listed race over 6. But he'd be a pretty warm order in either of them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that performance today is very smart. And just looking at the way the race panned out, I mean, what I liked about it was that he travelled really nicely. Who knows where they race and what the draw is going to do. But regardless of that, the way he picked up, got to the leaders, but then actually went away. That was what I really enjoyed.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried. I said to William, we might just have to sit on him for a bit, because he's never run over 6 before, and he hit the line real strong. So that was probably the most pleasing thing.
What sort of team have you got for the remainder of the Carnival? What else have you got lined up?
We've got 3 runners next week. 2 of them last start winners. Naxos, who run on the dirt, our first run on the dirt out here. We've got a nice 2-year-old who's won his last 2 starts, just turned 3, Salvuccio. Koi Koi runs next week, and All the King's Men was a good winner before he came out here. So hopefully we can have a bit of fun.
Well, best of luck. 2024 started off brilliantly, so hopefully it continues. Well done.
Top man. Thanks, Richie.
Cheers, George. Thank you. Well done, mate.
Well, we head into the mounting yard for race number 4 on the program. Back onto the dirt we go over the 2,000 metres. Our first runner we have a look at is for the trainer Julio Olajuara, and that is Eye on the Prize. Jose da Silva will do the riding with the 62 kilograms and is having his 3rd up run here for the season. Kicked off the campaign here at Meydan. Last start was on the dirt at Jebel Ali, but he returns here once again to Meydan, and he's hoping to probably improve a little bit here heading into this race. He does drop quite a couple of grades here in the handicaps off last start, so expect a much better improvement. Number 2, Never Show Weakness, a very impressive maiden winner last time out to the races. Tygo O'Shea does the riding here for Bupat Sema, and Mrs. Fitriani Hay looking to go back-to-back here, up against proven company this time around, but the maiden win suggests this horse is here to win. The 2-time winner, Branwell, might have something to say about it if he is on song tonight. Looked a little off in the run last time to the races. Christian De Muro jumps on board here for Masaba Almiri. His best would see him in the finish. Number 4 is Desert Snake. He comes here as a 4-start horse, making his UAE debut here, the 4-year-old gelding by Anoda. Adri De Vries rides here for Ismail Muhammad. He returns here first up, not being seen since the 2,000 metre event in mid-July of last year. Here's our notorious back marker in green jacket. He draws the inside here for Bupat Sema. Richard Mullen to do the riding here for his 3rd up performance. Last start he was 6th, beaten 9 lengths by Watch My 6. And he drops back in distance here to the 2,000 metres after tackling the 2,200 last start. Number 6 is Lion's Mane for Connor Beasley and Ahmed Bin Hamash. 1 win from 9 starts, 5 minor placings, and was last seen in early December here at Meydan over the 1,600 metres in behind Al Jadaf. He steps out in distance here this afternoon to the 2,000 metres. Number 7 is the Salam bin Gudaya trained Al Warith. Macau Barcelona will do the riding here. This horse has had 3 runs already this campaign. This is the first run at Meydan. 2 runs at Jebel Ali and 1 at Alain. Has caught the eye on a couple of occasions, but has been in races where the winner has won by commanding margins. Despite being able to pick up some place prize money, he has been a little bit off the winner in his last few starts. Number 8 is Golden Arch for Doug Watson and Patrick Dobbs. He is 3rd up tonight here after 2 runs over the mile here at Meydan. He strikes a similar field here, but would need to improve on his first 2 runs. Number 9 is Aldasia for Bernardo Pinheiro and Musaba Almiri. He comes into this 4th up. He's had 2 top 3 placings in his campaign so far in similar races, and ran 3rd last start, tackling the 2,200 metres. He drops back to 2,000 metres, which could be a more suitable distance considering his form over the mile already this season. So that is the look at our runners here, all 9 of them here for race number 4 of 9 from Meydan. The runners will be heading out onto the track shortly for race number 4 on the program. It is the Azizi Reeve over 2,000 metres for 175,000 dirham.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our best turned out horse award for race number 4. It goes to horse number 5, Green Jacket, and the person responsible for Green Jacket, looking in magnificent shape this evening, is Shaitan Singh, who is just in the shadow of the mighty Saeed bin Saror, who is overseeing all proceedings, watching like a hawk, as Shaitan Singh receives his prize from Iftikhar Hussain, Manager Operations. And once again, we thank Zabil Feed for their sponsorship of tonight's Best Turned Out Horse Award. In race number 4, it's gone the way of Green Jacket. Good luck to Green Jacket and Shaitan Singh. Well, here's a horse that has a leading chance in our second race, the Azizi Rev, and that is number 2, Never Show Weakness for Bhupat Seema and Tiger Shea. Beat Mezzo Tinto here at Meydan in December. That was over 1,600 meters or a mile, and obviously Mezzo Tinto ran really well earlier on behind Mr. Cafu, and Never Show Weakness on that occasion looked as if a step up in distance was going to suit him. In fact, I'm pretty certain his rider, Tiger Shea, also suggested that a step up in trip would suit this son of Lord Nelson. So hopefully that proves correct for anyone supporting this 4-year-old chestnut gelding. Never Show Weakness looks to have a pretty good chance as he steps into handicap company after winning that maiden here in December. Here is number 6, Lion's Mane, for the seemingly in-form Ahmad bin Hamash team. Gonna Beasley in the saddle. He was behind Al Jadath last time out, but comfortably behind Al Jadath, beaten 7 1/4 lengths, and that was in a handicap here on the same day that Never Show Weakness won his race. Obviously, Never Show Weakness was in maiden company, and Lion's Mane was in handicap. Lion's Mane's race was ever so fractionally the quicker, but obviously Never Show Weakness actually clocked a quicker time than Lion's Mane. I think Lion's Mane has a little bit to find on Never Show Weakness in this race, even though Never Show Weakness has been posted a fair start in terms of his position in the handicap in comparison to Lion's Mane. Here's horse number 3, Brandwell. Definitely makes the shortlist, judged by his performances at the back end of last season. His last start last season resulted in a win, but that was over 2,200 meters here at Meydan. I think that would be the small concern. I'm just wondering whether he prefers a little bit further. He's had a couple of starts this season. First time up, it was over 1,900 metres here. Was beaten just over 6 lengths behind Carib. That wasn't a bad run, but it was a bit disappointing last time out. Again, on the same occasion that Never Show Weakness and Lion's Mane competed. So that would be a little bit of a question mark against Branwell. But on his form at the back end of last season, you'd have to include him in your calculations. Here is the grey, number 7, Al Warith for Mikel Barcelona and Salim bin Gadaya, drawn in stall 4. Is back in action after finishing down the field at Jebel Ali last month. There are bits and pieces of form that you would therefore include Al Warith into your calculations. Perhaps the run at Jebel Ali back in November, which wasn't too bad. But I think on the overall strength of what he has done, he'll have to improve a little bit on what we've seen recently to compete with the likes of maybe even Lion's Mane, Never Show Weakness, and if Branwell returns to his best form. Here's a closer look at the best turned out winner for this race. Best turned out prizes, of course, sponsored by Zabeel Feed. This is Green Jacket. He's got the plum draw in stall number 1. You'd imagine Richie Mullen would want to take advantage of that spot, but he's got a bit of ground to find on a fair few runners, including Branwell. He was well behind Branwell here back in February last year, and his 2 runs this season, he's been beaten a long way both times. So a fair bit for Green Jacket to find. This looks like, I think, a decent opportunity for Never Show Weakness, drawn in stall 5 under Tygo Shea. Can get a decent break, at least get into a good rhythm. This extra distance of 2,000 metres in comparison to the mile that he raced over last time should be right up his street. Let's head up to Pat for the call.
Thank you, Richie. Looking forward to this 2,000-metre event here on the dirt surface. We had the grass event to kick off proceedings. We continue on here with a 10-furlong race here, and hopefully a few nice horses heading out here looking to progress up through the grades, headlined by Never Show Weakness, looking to go back-to-back here at Meydan after an impressive maiden win. Set to go at the 2,000. Gates fly. We're off. Green Jacket was fast off the inside, working forward with eye on the prize. Never Show Weakness caught the start well, and Branwell's going to work forward. Lion's Mane's going to tuck in, potentially finds the rail here. Green Jacket going to be snicked back into the 3-back the fence position. Desert Snake to his outside, followed by Golden Arch. Then came Aldasia, and El Ruith heads back to the end. At the mile peg, they make their way out onto the back section of the course, and Eye on the Prize takes the lead by a length and a half. Never Show Weakness sitting up into second, travelling along well. He's nice and comfortable there on the steel. 2 lengths back was Branwell. Lion's Mane the inside. Then came Desert Snake from Green Jacket, Aldasia, Golden Arch and El Ruith. Eye on the Prize to Silver. He's taken the pace back a little bit here and slackened it a shade. Leads by a length now. Never Show Weakness still travelling well on the outside in second. Branwell third. Lion's Mane fourth as they make their way past the 1,000-metre peg. Green Jacket was next on the inside, followed there by Desert Snake the outer. Next was Aldasia from El Ruith, already starting to be asked for here, and Golden Arches to his outside. 750 metres left to go. De Silva clicks it up here, but Eye on the Prize is not travelling as well as Never Show Weakness, who comes on past him on the outside in the pink and green silks with the nose roll, leading the way by a half length. Already under the bat now, Eye on the Prize. Branwell looking the biggest threat, but still being whacked away here as Never Show Weakness travels into the straight here, 2 lengths in advance of Eye on the Prize. Branwell didn't corner. Lion's Mane was next there, followed next in turn by Desert Snake down the outside, but hot up on the plasticine. It is our favourite in the market, Never Show Weakness. Tygo Shea takes a look behind, and it is all over. Barber's shouting. Never Show Weakness goes back to back, and he's going to be eased down into a hand canter. Crossing the line, that's 2 for 2. 4 lengths on the line. Lion's Mane runs into second from Branwell. Then came Golden Arch, Green Jacket, Aldasia, El Ruith. Then came Desert Snake, and the last one pulling up there late was Eye on the Prize, who burnt the candle early in the race. Never Show Weakness He's proven over his last couple of starts to be a bit of a troublesome horse when he makes his way around to the gates, but the last 2 starts he has been flawless. He's saved it all for the track, and he has gone 2 for 2 here at Meydan, up against handicap company tonight, and he looks a horse that will be continuing his way through the grades here as well. He wins in effortless fashion in the 4th event here over the 2,000 metres.
Well, after his maiden win, a prophetic statement from his rider, Tygo Shea, about never show weakness, stemming up in distance, said that further distance will allow this horse to get into a better rhythm. And that is exactly what we saw throughout the race today. He just lobbed along outside Iron the Prize for the early part of the race, going down the back straight. It was just a question of when. He took a little peep in behind him a couple of times in the home straight and was able to ease Never Show Weakness down in the closing stages. This son of Lord Nelson has bolted up. The official winning margin in no way really underlines his superiority over his rivals in this handicap. Turning into the straight, the race was as good as over. Brandwell made up some good ground, looked a potential threat. Lions Mane has run on well and eventually finishing second, but you'll just see Tygo Shea. He has a look at the big screen, looks behind, and he sees the race is all over, and that's with just about a furlong, or just under a furlong still to go, and he's easing down on Never Show Weakness in the closing stages, comfortably clear of Lions Mane, who has run on well under Connor Beasley. Another fine run for an Ahmad bin Hamash runner this evening here at Meydan. See, Brandwell made up a bit of ground round the straight. Iron the Prize just lent to his right, turning into the straight. Just had to correct himself, Jose da Silva, and he was running out of steam. But it was just one horse in picture, Never Show Weakness. He certainly got his act together now, and he is now 2 from 2 on his last 2 starts here at Meydan. Possible he might be even better up in trip, but for the moment, at 2,000 metres, seems to suit him down to the ground. He has won very easily from Lions Mane, Brandwell, Al-Haja back in 4th, and Golden Arch in 5th. Never Show Weakness, 1 to follow.
Unofficial numbers here for race number 4, 2, 6, 3, 9, 2, 6, 3 and 9. Never Show Weakness, an impressive winner over the 2,000 metres, stopping the clock in 2:06.57. Margins 3.5 by 2 1/4 lengths. Never Show Weakness, impressive in race number 4.
Well, it's time to welcome back our 4th winner of the evening at Meydan, following the running of the Azizi Rev. It has gone to horse number 2, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Lord Nelson out of Ransomed Heart, trained by Bhupat Seema, ridden by Tygo Shea, owned by Mrs. Fitriani Hay. Let's have a huge round of applause for your winner, Never Show Weakness. There's Ty O'Shea. I think the way in was probably harder than the ride. Ty, you seem to have all the time in the world. How many look-backs did you have in the home straight?
Look, he's a nice horse going forward. It's lovely to get these up-and-coming horses. I told his owner, Dr. Hay in Fittree, last day, even though we won over a mile last time, and you know, he never really travelled that night. I said, you'll see a different proposition when you go up on trip. So I rode him accordingly. So I actually think he gets a mile and a half standing on his head, you know. So he doesn't pull, he's very straightforward. So I just bucked him out and rode him like the best horse in the race. And he enjoyed it, and he's gaining confidence with each run. And it's great for the Hayes. They're big investors in the game, not just in Dubai, but around the world. So unfortunately, they can't be here tonight to pick up the trophy, but I'm sure they're watching on from afar, and it was a very pleasing performance.
Yeah, it's fair to say, I think, as well, that obviously, as you mentioned, he won last time in the Meydan, but the way he put the race to bed, now moving to handicap cunning, was much more impressive than when he won the Meydan.
Yes, exactly, but just the way the programme is, you normally start off in Meydan company a little bit shorter, but he's been showing us all the signs at home. Even before he ran this season, we told Dr. Hay that he's a horse that will probably excel over 10 or even 11 if he can get it, you know, furlongs. So no, it's good that it's all coming together, and he's a lovely addition to the stable, and long may the upward curve continue.
Well done.
Thank you.
And that is correct weight here in race number 4, 2639. 2639, Never Show Weakness, victorious in a time of 2:06.57. Margin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our 4th race tonight at Meydan. It is the Azizi Rev, and we welcome to the stage to make the presentation Nima Kojaste, Executive Director, Sales and Marketing. And once again, we thank Azizi for their sponsorship of the 9 races on an excellent card here tonight at Meydan. And stepping forward to receive, after the success of Never Show Weakness, representing the winning owner, Mrs. Fitriani Hay, put your hands together for the man who is responsible for training Never Show Weakness, Bhupat Seema, along with his lovely daughter, Shaila. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the 2nd edition of one of our most exciting aspects of the day. 500 dirhams coming the way of a lucky person with a big smile here at Meydan, and I've got a bit of help to tell me what it's time for.
Faces at the races!
Yes! Come on, everybody. Hopefully you'll get your best smiles out. Let's see how well you can smile. Let's see how beautiful, bold, and bright your smiles are. Well, here we go. Faces at the races. This is the countdown. The cameraman seems stuck. He's not moving. The hands are waving. Maybe that's it. Maybe this particular contest is already over. It's a knockout. Congratulations. You've just won 500 dirhams in our second edition of Faces at the
Ready!
Correct. Congratulations. 500 dirhams. All you have to do is make your way to Concourse B. And 500 dirhams is yours. Thank you very much to my helpers. What did we just have? Faces at the
Races!
Well, welcome back to the mounting yard here for race number 5. And we head into our next event on the program. It is the Jumeirah Guineas Trial over the 1400 metres on turf. We head to our first horse, and that is the one in Athen. Adri de Vries will ride here for Falzinas. He comes into this having only the one start so far this season in behind Southern Artist here at Meydan. He is second up for the campaign. Number 2 is Al Mukhtar. He's had the one start at Abu Dhabi this season. Andrew Slattery jumps on board here, replacing Saif Al Balushi. He was half a length off to Hoku there in that 1400 metre event. This looks a little tougher, but he does have a nice run on the board so far, and you'd say he'll only improve off that first performance. Number 3 is Always on Fire. Ahmed bin Hamash with multiple runners. Saif Al Balushi partners this runner here. He is a 3-year-old gelding by Audible, and he will carry the 55 kilos here, drawing gate number 8 here this evening. Ryan Kuratolo will ride Bismillah Alik for Ahmed bin Hamash. 2 runs in the back end of last year this season. He is third up, and he heads back to Meydan here. He was 10th here in his first up run. He went to Jebel Ali and ran third there in his last starts. Third up, he will only improve, you'd say. Five is Drink Dry, the 3-year-old colt by Saxon Warrior. He's had the 3 starts for the 2 minor placings. He's run 4th on the other occasion, so hasn't run a bad race yet. He comes into this for Lucy body and will carry the 55 kilos from a good gate here this afternoon. A top 3, top 4 contender on previous form, if this colt is able to translate it to the racing here in the UAE. Legend of Time, he's a classy horse. William Buick, the right man on board, already with 2 winners tonight. He rides this one for Charlie Appleby, the 3-year-old son of See the Stars. Does have to contest a wide draw, gate number 14 here this evening. Hopefully looking to make his presence felt here, but he will be certainly a horse to follow in the season ahead. Number 16 is our filly. She won't parade here with the rest, and that is Geologist. She is a nice filly by Territories. We've seen her racing well in the UK and over in France as well. Hopefully we can see Geologist run a decent race here tonight. The only filly of the field in the trial. Number 7 is Majestic One. Mikhail Barcelona does the riding here for Salam bin Gudaya and His Excellency Sheikh Hamdan. He comes here for his first run in the UAE. Number 8, Military Option. Ran 7th on debut under Adri de Vries. Ty Gaucher jumps on board for this upcoming start, and was in that 1400 metre maiden in behind Mendelssohn Bay. This looks a little tougher, but the race experience here at Meydan should take him a long way. Number 9 is Movie Maker, wearing the white distinguishing cap. Christian Demuro rides for Saeed bin Saror. A 6.5 length maiden winner last start before making his way here to the Middle East. And he looks to be a horse who can hopefully make his presence felt here tonight in his UAE debut. One of the 2 runners now for Godolphin in the Jumeirah Guineas Trial. The Graffard stable saddle up Shamrock Glitter here, Royston French to do the riding. He was also a winner on the all-weather at Chantilly before making his way here to Dubai. A horse that can hopefully go on with it here. We'll need to translate that form back over onto the grass. 11 is Shuff Dubai, Bernardo Pinheiro for Masaba Almeri. 1 start at Jebel Ali, beaten 25 lengths. Ran 4th, but will need to improve on that effort. Number 12, Soldier's Secret, comes out of the event. And that leaves us with only 3 more to have a look at. Number 13, the Caribbean, for Sam Hitchcock, and Heather Main has the first run here in the UAE. Was a winner at Cork 2 starts ago, and hopefully can run well here tonight for Llewellyn Runeckles and Wetumpka Racing. In the blue distinguishing cap is Theban, one of the many runners here for Ahmed bin Hamash in the event. Gabrielle Maloon does the riding here. Has had the 2 runs so far this season, both at Meydan. And 15, Tohoku, a debutante winner under Christian Demuro at Abu Dhabi, taking out the 1400 metre conditions event there. He looks to go one the better and back it up with another win here at Meydan for season 23-24. And the stable's #1 rider, Connor Beasley, is on board to partner this son of Astur.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Best Turned Out award for race number 5. And it has gone to horse number 10, Shamrock Glitter, who's looked after by Devi Singh. He's currently in the winner's enclosure now, alongside Dr. Ziad Al-Khawat, veterinarian scientific key account specialist from Zabil Feed. We thank them for their sponsorship of tonight's Best Turned Out award. And best of luck to Devi Singh and Shamrock Glitter. He's got a big chance in our next. Well, we're just having a look at horse number 6, Legend of Time. Charlie Appleby looking for a second winner on the card. William Buick looking for a third. Legend of Time has got a lovely pedigree, see by Sea the Stars. Normally that is a sign of a horse that likes a bit of distance of ground. Stamina is normally the key element that See the Stars puts into his progeny. It's just got a little bit warm in the pre-parade ring and on the way down to the start. He's also got an awkward draw in stall 14, but what is in his favour is his class. He won a fair race at Haydock on his first start, beat a horse of William Haggis's called Wafay. And then he went to Newmarket and finished 5th in the Tattersall Stakes, and that was behind Al Yanabi. That was a good run. Al Yanabi ended up the season finishing 2nd to City of Troy. Everybody in Europe believes City of Troy might win just about every race next year. So Legend of Time does have a bit of class, but whether or not in time he'll want more distance of ground than 7 furlongs you'd imagine that's what most people think about a horse like him. You watch the race at Newmarket again, just got a little bit outpaced coming down the dip before he stayed on nicely at the end of the race. He's definitely got the class though, Legend of Time. Few interesting challenges against him. Here's number 10, the best turned out award winner, Shamrock Glitter. He's by Shalar, a very good sprinter back in the day, but he is a half-brother to Lord Glitters, and Lord Glitters had a sparkling record through his career, was in France, went to David Amara, did very well in the UK, and actually had a very good record here at Meydan back in the day. Lord Glitters, the grey, very popular horse. Shamrock Glitters run a couple of times. He finished 3rd first time up at Chantilly on the turf, and then he won on the all-weather. That was a smart effort. And the form around some of the horses that finished ahead of him and those that finished behind him include horses that have been placed and won listed and pattern races. So it's not too bad, Shamrock Glitter. He's got a better draw in stall 2. Royston French taking the ride. Definitely worth mentioning Movie Maker for Said Bin Saror. I thought he looked really well in the paddock, Movie Maker. He showed a little promise on his first start at Lingfield. That was over 1,200 metres. And then he won impressively in pretty testing ground at Newbury. It was heavy, but I like the way he did it. He showed a good attitude, and he took the eye going around the paddock. He's definitely a horse to include in the calculations. The majority of the field loaded up for our 5th race of the evening. This is the Jumeirah Guineas Trial. I think just about 5 or 6 left to load up. I think this will turn out to be a good race. Good barometer for the form in Legend of Time. Few promising types, the like of Movie Maker and Shamrock Glitter. The Caribbean, who's drawn in stall 16, winner of a handicap at Cork, a nursery last season. He might be interesting now, obviously, with Heather Main. Geologist has got good form. For Amy Murphy's got form in pattern races in France. So I think a pretty revealing contest ahead of us. The Jumeirah Guineas Trial, presented by Azizi, about to unfold here at Meydan under the watchful eye of Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Looking forward to this one. And we do have only a couple to load. Military Option comes up into line. The Caribbean to be the last one up for Sam Hitchcock, coming up into the outside stall. And we look set for a start here. Nice field for the Jumeirah Guineas Trial. Set to go racing. Nice even dispatch, everything got their chance. The Caribbean going back in the early stages. Drink Dry, Majestic 1, El Mukhtar, and also their Military Option. There you back 5. They sort their order out up in front. Athan off the inside, utilises the draw and goes up to a lead. Leads by 3 parts. Movie Maker the outside in 2nd. Working across from the deep here is Legend of Time. He's had to work here though, Buick, to find a forward position, but gets up there now. Shamrock Glitter gets the run in behind the leader from Drink Dry. Then came Tohoku. Off around the Military Option. Then came Geologist. Followed there by El Mukhtar, deep off the track. Next came Majestic 1, Bismillah Alik the inside. Followed by Theban in the blue distinguishing cap from his stablemate there in Always in Fire. Shaftabai back to 2nd to last, and the Caribbean has to come past all of them as they make their way into the straight. 500 metres left to go. Athan, well held together, leads a half. Movie Maker the outside in 2nd. Legend of Time, how much has he got in the locker still here? Coming up to the outside of them now. Shamrock Glitter gets the inside run. Next was Drink Dry, the Geologist. Legend of Time letting down the outside here. Legend of Time, this will be a big performance from a wide gate. Shamrock Glitter fighting on the inside. Shamrock Glitter's going to give him a run for his money. It is Legend of Time. Shamrock Glitter fighting ever so hard, but it's 3 for Buick. Legend of Time from the wide draw gets the job done. Beats home Shamrock Glitter in a wonderful race. Next across was Athan, followed by Movie Maker, Geologist, El Mukhtar. Then came the Caribbean, passing about 5 or 6 in the run. Bismillah Alik was next from Shaftabai. Then came next over, crossing over there in the run was Drink Dry. Back there with Majestic 1, Military Option. And the last 2 to cross over were Theban and Always in Fire. Well, it took a lot of nerve and it took a lot of nous from the horse and rider from gate 14 to find a spot up in the first couple. And the question mark was, how much effort did he use to get there? Well, he had enough in the locker, didn't he? A nice horse, Legend of Time, defies the wide draw. And that sets the tone for a big season ahead for this son of See the Stars.
Well, the official winning margin wasn't far, but that was a very, very good performance from Legend of Time. From stall 14, you heard from Pat early on, William Buick had to use up a bit of juice to get him close to the lead, and he was 3 or 4 wide. But once into the straight, even though he's used a fair bit of energy to get into this position, he has run on really powerfully. And although Shamrock Glitter provided a good challenge down on the inside rail, it was almost inevitable that Legend of Time was going to see the race out slightly better. He's got that stamina in his pedigree. In fairness to the runner-up, he was a bit keen through the race, so it's possible that he might be better than he eventually showed. But I think we've seen 2 good horses here, Legend of Time and Shamrock Glitter. They were comfortably clear of Athan back in 3rd. Legend of Time still a bit green as well. You see he just rolled to his left. William Buick pulling his whip through into his left hand, keeps him straight. That was a very smart effort from the winner. Very smart effort from the second in Shamrock Glitter. The 3rd horse, Athan, has also run really well, having his 2nd start here at Meydan for Falsey Nass. And then in behind, Movie Maker had always been in a prominent position, just ran out a bit of steam late on. Wonder if Movie Maker might appreciate a drop back in distance. Don't forget his 2 runs had come over 6 furlongs and he was just running out of gas late on. But that was a really fine effort. Geologist who'd had pattern form in France last year, she's finished back in 5th. So the overall impression you're getting from this Jumeirah Guineas trial is that this was a very good race. Legend of Time the winner, Shamrock Glitter 2nd, both horses with the scope to improve and do better. Athan back in 3rd, and I think good horses filling the minor positions. If you look back to the horse that finished back in 7th, the Caribbean, used to be with Aidan O'Brien and won a nursery. He's run okay. But I think the front 2 are horses that you want to keep on the right side of. Legend of Time, when he steps up in distance and has a cleaner run, well, who knows? He could be very good.
Results of the Jumeirah Guineas trial, unofficial numbers 6-10, 1-9, 6-10, 1 and 9. Legend of Time, the winner, stopping the clock at 123.14. Margins won by 1 3/4 lengths, 6-10, 1 and 9. Our unofficial numbers here in race 5.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming back the winner of the fifth race of the evening, the Jumeirah Guineas Trial, presented by Azizi. He's a 3-year-old bay colt by See the Stars out of Kissable. Owned by Godolphin, it's a second win this evening for trainer Charlie Appleby. A third win for the rider, William Buick. Let's have a big round of applause for your winner, Legend of Time. A third win this evening for William Buick, and I can't wait to hear what he makes of Legend of Time, William, because he was a bit on his toes going around the paddock. Out in 14, you had to get a bit of juice used up in the early part of the race. How impressed were you?
I was very happy with him. You know, we did expect him to win, so but like you say, he wasn't dealt any favours when he got drawn 14, so the pace wasn't overly strong, so he jumped pretty well. So look, he covered ground, but he's a horse who's going to want further in time. I like the way he did it. You know, he's a very progressive horse. That's only his third start tonight, so you know, he will only improve, and I think you'll see him improve when he steps up to a mile as well.
Did you take a bit of time? I couldn't quite tell, but to pull him up after the line.
Yeah, actually, my saddle slipped back, so I trotted him back. That's why I'm a bit late.
What sort of horse did you think he is in terms of, like, you know, class?
I wouldn't want to set a cap on him just yet. You know, I think there's improvement left in him, so you know, hopefully he'll progress, and you know, he can go through the ranks.
Well done.
Thank you.
Weight, ladies and gentlemen, correct weight in the Jumeirah Guineas Trial over the 1400 metres. Legend of Time gets the win. Numbers 6, 10, 1, 9, 6, 10, 1 and 9. Winner's time 123.14. Margins 1 by 1 3/4 lengths. Correct weight, race number 5.
And now it's time for the presentation for our 5th race of the evening here at Meydan, the Jumeirah Guineas Trial presented by Azizi. We welcome up onto the stage Raja Ganma, General Manager, and we thank Azizi for their support of this fabulous night of racing here at Meydan. speaking of fabulous, what a sensational performance from Legend of Time, the winner of one of our feature races of the evening. Stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning owners, Godolphin, put your hands together for Hamdan Al Sabusi and Maktoum Al Sabusi. Many congratulations. Well, the horses are just about leaving the pre-parade ring, heading down the tunnel for one of our feature races of the evening, the Dubawi Stakes, presented by Azizi. There is Tuz. He's a very good sprinter. He's been pretty consistent for connections, but he's got an awkward draw in stall 13 to overcome. Were he able to get away better than the others, then he'd be in the mix. But that draw just puts you off him a little bit. Horse number 6 will be the last to leave this particular area, and this is the horse that I particularly like, and that is Eastern World. Here he goes as he leads. You get a good view of his powerful backside. There's a lot of strength there. He, of course, is a half-brother to the dual World Cup winner, Thunder Snow. He's by Dubawi. He's not had that many goes sprinting on the dirt, and I think that it's possible there's a lot more to come from him, even though he's just turned 7. When he won on Super Saturday a couple of years ago, I thought he was going to be a big star. He had excuses 2 starts back, and he returned with a good run at Sharjah last time out, and I think that will put him spot on for a much deeper contest tonight as he heads down the tunnel, and maybe on the way to winning the Dubawi Stakes.
Welcome back to the mounting yard for race number 6. It is the Dubawi Stakes at Group 3 level over the 1,200 metres here on the dirt surface. Let's head into the mounting yard here and have a look at our runners. A field of 12 runners to contest this 6-furlong dash. And our first horse is Sound Money, a first-up winner last season, beating home his stablemate in Isolate, who obviously came out and won last meeting. So hopefully can hit the ground running as quickly as he did last season. And if so, he looks in with a chance here. Patrick Dobbs in the saddle, and he will be on board this 6-year-old Entire by Flatter, having his 15th career start here. We have some more international flair on show here at Meydan this evening. Here is Bolmai Star from Korea, who makes his way here for the season. He's a 5-year-old Entire by Tuona and Serve. He's had a number of starts in Korea across Seoul and Busan, and been able to amass a number of winners. He will find some familiarity with the surface here this evening, having raced very well on the heavy sand over in Korea. And it'll be interesting to see how he matches up here tonight. Bolmai Star making his Dubai debut. Number 4 is Colour Up, a very impressive winner in listed company last meeting. William Buick does the riding here for Doug Watson and owner Saeed Hashish. 4 deep the trip last time out, was able to score. The 6-year-old gelding by Memas has won 4 from 8 along with 2 seconds. A stellar career so far. We'll head to number 2 in Tuz. He was first up at Sharjah, where he ran second to Eastern World, who he faces here once again tonight. This one for Bupat Seema and the Darky stable. Tygo Shea on board once again. He's already picked up a winner with the stable so far this evening, and he will make his way out to the tunnel without a rider on board. He's heading out early. On to number 5, and that is Domain. Mikhail Barcelona rides for the Graffard stable. The 4-year-old grown by More Than Ready, and he's been able to join the field here, making his way over from Europe. A stellar last few runs, all the way up until the 3rd of December last year, where he ran second in a conditions race. This will be a little bit of a step up for him, but the form suggests he's racing very well, and he's certainly not coming into this fresh. Number 6 is Eastern World. He was a Super Saturday winner a couple of seasons ago, and he was very impressive, beating home Tuz there at Sharjah back on the 26th of November. Connor Beasley jumps on board here for the second up run, and he makes his second up performance here and has his first run at Meydan for season 23-24. Number 7, Leading Spirit, arguably unlucky from an inside gate last time out. And once the gap opened and he got going again, it was all too late. Colour Up was able to beat him there. But on that run, and from an inside gate once again, provided he gets some luck, he looks another chance among this field of very impressive Group 3 runners. We move on now to number 8, Magic Petition. Andrew De Vries rides for Ahmed bin Hamash. He comes into this as well, having had the 2 runs so far this season. He spots the black distinguishing cap here. He's had the 8 runs for 1 win, and he'd have to be at his absolute best here tonight to be pulling this off, but at the same time, he is a welcoming inclusion to the race. The same can be said for Major Cinnamon coming into this event here for Marwan Al-Badei. Marco van Rensburg jumps on board. This is a big step up from the field he faced and beat at Jebel Ali last start. But he has certainly earned his place and is looking to go back-to-back already early in the season. Well, Morning was an impressive winner coming from off the pace underneath Richard Mullen, who partners him once again this evening. For Bhupat Seema, he'll be hoping for some pace on here in the race, but he jumps up from a 75-95 handicap up to Group 3. He's going to have to improve dramatically, but has the winning form on the board. Number 12, Never Just a Dream. He was in racing here at Meydan back on the 8th of December. He ran 5th. He was beaten 4.75 lengths on that occasion. Bernardo Pinheiro jumps on board here. He'll have to work pretty hard here from the outside gate. He's drawn to get a pretty difficult run. And lucky last is Rawi. He'll spot the white distinguishing cap here. Christian Demuro jumps on board here. And Triple R Racing have 2 runners in the race, much like Sound Money's first up performance, where they went 1-2 with Isolate. They have Rawi here, the 5-year-old son of Frosted from Asaba Almeri. And he'll draw the ace and get every possible from the gate in the early stages. That's our field for race number 6 on the program, the Dabawi Stakes, presented by Azizi over the 1,200 metres, one of our group features on the program this evening.
This is a terrific renewal of the Dubai Stakes presented by Azizi. And here is horse number 1, Sound Money, for Doug Watson. Used to be with Bupat Sima. Pat Dobbs on board this 6-year-old son of Flatter. Back in March, early March, he won the Mahab Al Shamal when he beat Isolate. Of course, Isolate then went on to win the Godolphin Mile. Isolate won on Festive Friday and could have some big targets, maybe Saudi, maybe the Dubai World Cup ahead of Isolate. So that was a good run. And then, of course, on World Cup night, Sound Money just never got into the race in the Shaheen and was disappointing. But speaking to Doug Watson earlier on today, he says that he thinks he's got the horse ready, revved up, raring to go. So best of luck to Sound Money, who's definitely got a little bit of a class angle in this race, but he's got to concede a little bit of weight to 1 or 2 rivals, a couple of pounds to the likes of Colour Up and the Korean challenger Bol My Star. Number 2 is Tuz, who is also a very talented sprinter in the UAE, as he has been for a fair few seasons. He also beat Isolate, that was back in February last year. And then he was behind Sound Money in the Mahab Al Shamal before finishing down the field behind Sibelius in the Golden Shaheen. He returned and ran well behind Eastern World, but I think you heard Pat and I talking about it earlier on this evening, and I think it was fair and square, that defeat by Eastern World. And he's also got a tough draw in stall 13 for Tuz, so all in all, a little bit of a task on to reverse the form with Eastern World. And then, of course, he's got to encounter a few horses that perhaps just have the jump on him somewhat. He's a really interesting runner, the second of the Doug Watson trained runners, and this is Colour Up, who is in stall 10, but he's put up a couple of performances over 1,200 metres at Meydan. It just gives you the impression he's even better than what we've seen so far. He won really nicely. He won that listed race in December where he beat Leading Spirit. Now, Leading Spirit did have to wait for a run in behind horses. But in contrast, Colour Up had to go wide round the outside in order to get clear sailing and would have had to use up a little bit more energy considering how the race unfolded. So I would assume that he would be one that I think has got a bigger performance in him. Very shortly, we'll be presenting the Best Turned Out prize in the winners' enclosure. That's a look at a few of our leading contenders ahead of the Dubai Stakes. And now it's time for the Zabil Feed Best Turned Out Horse Award for Race 6, one of our feature races, the Dubai Stakes, presented by Azizi. Currently in the winners' enclosure, we have Dr. Ziad Al-Hawat, veterinarian, scientific key account specialist, making the presentation to Abdul Basit, who looks after horse number 3, Bol My Star, the Korean challenger. Congratulations to him. Best of luck to Bol My Star. And once again, our deepest gratitude to Zabil Feed for sponsoring the Best Turned Out Horse Award this evening. Okay, the majority of the field loaded up for this race. There are a host of other horses that you could include in the picture. You saw Morning, of course, he stepped up to beat Al Tariq last time out. Got a bit of improvement in him. He's got a good draw in 3. Leading Spirit wouldn't completely rule him out of the equation. There's Demain for Francis-Henri Graffard and Mikel Barcelona, who's having a go on the dirt surface, having run well in December after a bit of a layoff on the all-weather. Cracking renewal of the Dubai Stakes coming up. Pat, call it home.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Not too many left to come up. In fact, they have all loaded away, and we are set to go here at the 1,200 metres. Field of 12. They break, and they are racing. Eastern World caught it best. Rawi off the inside was going forward as well. Tuz wants a piece of it. Will burn across from the outside. So he'll be up to lead. Next in turn was Sound Money. The outside there, Never Just a Dream. A couple of lengths back, we'll see Leading Spirit working alongside Colour Up. Bolmai Star just worse than midfield with about 7 in front of him. Then came on the inside Morning, followed by Damar, and also there as well Major Cinnamon, who just copped the nasty check, and Magic Petition is now out to last. So Tuz burns across from the wide draw and goes up to lead them as they begin the swing for home. Rawi second on the outside, Eastern World being pushed along here. Sound Money deepest. Colour Up's coming around them also to present a challenge. The inside, Leading Spirit gets his gap. Next in the turn there, dropping away was Never Just a Dream. He heads the rest as they make their way into the straight, and look at Tuz. Tuz puts 4 or 5 lengths on them here in the Group 3. He's going to take a power of chasing down Leading Spirit and Colour Up, trying to eat into the margin, but it's another big margin winner for Tiger O'Shea and Bupat Seema. Tuz absolutely brains them. Tuz by 7 beats home Leading Spirit. Colour Up was third, follow up by Sound Money into 4th. Morning was getting home late. They were followed there next in turn by Magic Petition. Damar then came crossing over Eastern World alongside Major Cinnamon. Never Just a Dream. Rawi and Bolmai Star will take plenty from the run on the surface, and we look forward to seeing him in future runs ahead. Tuz has done that effortlessly. He was beaten fair and square at Sharjah last start by Eastern World. There was no denying that. But Tig O'Shea has gone pedal to the metal right from the moment the gates opened, and he never saw another horse. Tuz, very, very impressive. And the 7-year-old by Oxbow, that could almost be win of the night.
Incredible performance by Tuz, fired out of the gates by Tig O'Shea, and he got over to the inside rail, and turning for home, it would have been quite conceivable had he just got tired and passed late on, but no, none of that. He was able to maintain a comfortable lead from Leading Spirit and Colour Up all the way to the line. That was very, very good from Tuz. From stall 13 for Bupat Seema and Tiger O'Shea. I'm going to look forward to hearing what Ty says about that performance. Coming out of the gates like lightning. Eastern World actually got away well, but in the end, Tuz was over a couple of lengths clear after a couple of furlongs. From that wide position, had to use up a lot of energy. You would have forgiven him had he got very tired late on, but in fairness, he has kept a good distance on his field all the way up the straight. Not only has he shown brazen speed and good track position from his rider early on to get to the inside rail, but he's also shown a fair amount of courage and tenacity to keep going and come home well clear of Leading Spirit, who's run really well in second. Sound Money hasn't run too badly. Let's have a look at the start again. Widest of all in stall 12. Eastern World gets away well, Leading Spirit gets away well. In fairness, Never a Dream is probably better away than Tuz, but after a furlong, he's now in front, and after 2 furlongs, he's in front on the rail and able just to ease back a fraction. That was very impressive. As he turned for home, he'd had a 3-length lead, another little look around. He just tried to change or get his reins gathered to change leads and get on the correct lead up the home straight. He did that after a couple of strides, and he has kept up his momentum all the way to the line. Very good from horse and rider in the Dubawi Stakes. Tuz takes it from Leading Spirit. Colour Up, Sound Money is in 4th. Morning actually ran on quite well, having just struggled to get a good pitch. But this is a very, very impressive performance from the 7-year-old Tuz from stall 13.
Unofficial numbers for the Group 3 Dubawi Stakes over the 1,200 metres, 2, 7, 4 and 1. Tuz, a commanding winner for Tiger O'Shea and Bupat Seema. Winner's time, 1:10.42. The margin, 8.5 by 4 lengths in the Group 3 Dubawi Stakes. 2, 7, 4 and 1, your numbers.
Well, here comes the impressive winner of our 6th race, one of our feature races of the evening. The Dubawi Stakes presented by Azizi, won by the 7-year-old son of Oxbow out of Suede Shoot, trained by Bhupat Seemar, owned by Daki Stable, brilliantly ridden by Tig O'Shea. Let's have a big round of applause for your impressive winner, Tuz! Well, normally you think about what you might ask the winning rider, but in all honesty, I don't have to ask anything. I'll just let you tell me what happened there from the gates. My goodness, that was something else.
Yeah, when he's good, he's very good, and he's got a lot of speed. He ran first up in that Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Cup at Sharjah, and he carried a penalty there, and he's a big horse. He just took a run, but I was kicking the cat when I seen the stall, but the one good thing about him, he's got so much early, and he had a bad habit last year and the year before not changing his leads, but he's out of all of that now, and I went to change him at the top of the straight, and he had to think about it and changed again, but when he got out onto that outside lead, he really let down. He's an exciting sprinter, and you know, as I said, when he's good, he's very, very good, and you know, he'll give his roommate Switzerland something to think about in the coming weeks.
Tell me about what he did from the gates, because obviously there seemed to be a line of pace going forward, and then all of a sudden you've got to the front. A lot of people would imagine that you get tired in the home straight. So did you feel like you saved something once you got to the front?
Look, I lit up his Nick Ritchie for a furlong, and I said to Bhupat and Connections beforehand, there's no point being 5 wide. He's a horse that can hang right, so there's no point being 5 wide trying to organise him. We've said it from the time he came to the stable, he's enough speed and pace to win over 5. So I thought if I got to the rail, when he gets there, I was able to fill him up before the turn and go again, and thankfully. But look, you can only do that on good horses. You can't do it on ordinary horses, and he's a very good horse.
You can, and jockeys always tend to deflect attention when they've done what we consider to be a good job. Do you feel quite a bit of satisfaction? Because that is a very good ride on that horse. I know you got the partner, you had to have the partner, but the tactics all seem to come off perfectly.
Yeah, look, winners breed winners. I've had a good weekend so far. 3 winners yesterday, and that's the second one today. So when confidence is up in riders and horses, things just seem to happen. Learned a long time ago, if you try to make things happen, they won't. If things aren't going well, stick to basics, go back to basics, and it'll come good if you have the horse.
Certainly came good there. Well done, Ty.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for race 6 tonight at Meydan. The Dubawi Stakes presented by Azizi. We welcome up onto the stage to make the presentation Mr. Farhad Azizi, the Chief Executive Officer, and once again, our thanks to Azizi for their support of this wonderful night of racing here at Meydan, and what a terrific renewal of the Dubawi Stakes we have just seen. Brilliantly won by Tuz under an excellent ride from Tiger Shea for Bhupat Seemar. Stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning owners, Daki Stables. Put your hands together for Caroline Seemar. And how about a round of applause for the winning trainer, who's got a bit of company with him. Not only has he got his daughter Shyla, but also Lara Davey. Put your hands together for Bhupat Seemar. What a brilliant ride by Tiger Shea. He's also got a bit of company, Dara and Erin alongside him. Congratulations, Tiger Shea, terrific ride. And let's get the whole gang back together again. Let's do one big photo. Farhad Azizi along with Bhupat, Caroline, Shyla, Lara, Dara, Erin and Tiger, of course. Fabulous win for Tuz in the Dubawi Stakes, presented by Azizi. We're going to keep Bhupat on the stage if we can to ask you about that. You've got a good team of sprinters that you're putting together now, Bhupat, but let's just deal with the winner, Tuz, and that performance, and the ride, and the tactics. Talk me through what you'd spoken to Ty about before the race.
Well, Ty knows him quite well, and Tuz, his main weapon is speed. And we've tried to do different things with him when you try and hold him up and he sulks. You know, we said we're drawn 13, we're going to use his advantage, speed is his advantage, we're going to go forward. If they want to come with him, they can come with him. And Ty gave him a superb ride. You know, he got to the rail and he saved the horse, and then in the straight he picked up again. And this is the only second time he's ever changed his lead in the straight. Anytime he changes lead, he always wins by good few lengths.
It took him a stride or two and a shake of the reins before he did change the lead. And Ty was saying after the race, that's one of the things he's always been working on, trying to get him to do that.
Yeah, you know, he'll always do it at home, but he just never, well, not never, but, you know, he's only ever done it twice at the races. And I think he did that last year in the Dubawi Stakes, and he won it as well. So, yeah, this was wonderful, and I'm very happy for the owners, and I'm happy for the second horse, Leading Spirit.
Yeah, that was a terrific run as well. Obviously, he had to wait for a run last time, ran well, but this time he's no excuses, just a very good effort. You've got a very good team of sprinters.
Well, I'm glad. It's a good problem to have, really. Yeah, we do have some good sprinters. You know, as you know, you never know till the World Cup, and hopefully they'll all stay healthy and happy, and we can get them all in good shape till then.
Very well done tonight.
Thank you very much, Rishi.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, it is time for our third edition of tonight's Faces and 500 dirhams is coming someone's way. All you've got to do is give me your biggest, best, boldest, most beautiful smile. What have you got up your sleeve or in your mouth, on your face? What have you got for me, sir? Let's see a big smile. Give it to me. Give me the smile. Let's see the smile. Thumbs up, yes? What about a smile? That is the best effort you're going to do. Thumbs up. Congratulations. Our cameraman is easily pleased. And that, sir, is 500 dirhams for a half a smile tonight. That's what you get, 500 dirhams coming your way. Now that gentleman has to make his way through to Concourse B. It's a task, but it's been done before. Can he find Concourse B? If he does, he can make his way there and collect 500 dirhams. He is the lucky one amongst the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. That has been edition number 3 tonight of Faces at the Races.
Welcome into the mounting yard for race number 7, the Group 2 feature of the evening. It is the Zabeel Mile. And we head into the parade ring here for the 7th event. Bring up our first horse for the evening. It is Bright Melody. For Rashad Borsley, the 7-year-old gelding. Omar Isaac Hernandez Salas to do the riding here for the Borsley Racing Syndicate, the 7-year-old gelding by Dabawi. 11 starts for 2 wins and 3 minor placings. And he comes into this tonight hoping to do well from a good gate here, barrier number 3. As we move on now to the first of 2 runners here for the Olajuara stable, that is Al Patriota. Jim Crowley will do the riding here for Stud Lapom. The 6-year-old gelding by Ecologo has had the 20 starts for 4 wins and 5 minor placings. And last start here at Meydan over the 2,400 metres, he was 9th, beaten 11 lengths. He drops very sharply in distance. Ezunico is the next one. Jose da Silva will do the riding here. He steps up in distance after racing at Liston Company over 1,400 metres at the back end of last year. He was 3.5 lengths off Affatino and jumps up in class here, listed up to Group 2, hoping to be at his best here, but will need plenty of luck from gate 12. Number 4 is First Constitution for Triple R Racing, Musaba Almiri and Bernardo Pinheiro, who does the riding here on this 6-year-old gelding by Constitution. He draws out in gate number 10, the 5-time winner, and we see him for the first time here in season 23-24. Salam Bin Gadaya saddles up in crowd for the first time since August 2022 as he makes his UAE debut. The son of Dabawi, Macau Barcelona, to do the riding here from a wide draw, hoping to really hit the ground running nice and early in this upcoming campaign. Number 6 is Marban for Michael Costa and Ben Cohen. Another horse on his day who could get back and run on here. He's got the form overseas to suggest he's up to the task and steps out here for his first run in the UAE, last seen at Newbury in mid-August of last year. Marshall Plan is the next horse we have a look at, the 6-year-old Entire by Golden Horn. Jonathan Mateus hot off a double at Jebel Ali last week. Partners this runner here for Ahmed Al-Shamali. He's had the 1 win from 20 starts along with 7 minor placings. And we saw him twice already this season. Last start in behind measured time. He was a distance off the winner. He would need to improve. As the bell goes for riders to mount up, on the warpath is a 9-year-old by Declaration of War. Jose Santiago rides for Akbar Asher from a wide draw here, and he is also 3rd up for the campaign. Has been beaten a ways on both starts so far and hoping to improve here despite going up in class. It's been a great race for Godolphin over the journey. They've had a great night so far. And Christian Demuro will hopefully partner Real World to victory here to keep that record going. For Syed bin Saror, the 7-year-old gelding by Dark Angel, was beaten 8.25 lengths over 1,800 metres last start in Group 2 company. He drops back in distance and he will be flying the flag for the Royal Blue here in the Group 2 feature. San Donato draws a tricky gate once again, but after a very impressive 2nd last time to the races in behind Lanakash at Abu Dhabi, he looks primed to run a decent race here, provided he can get some luck from the draw. He's a 4-time winner from 17 starts, the 8-year-old by Lope de Vega, and Patrick Dobbs jumps aboard once again, a horse he's had a great association with over the years. Number 11 is Sean for Ardrey de Vries and Jamie Osborne. He makes his way here to Dubai after running 2nd and 1st in his last 2 starts overseas. Hopefully looking to run a decent race here for Barrett Racing and draws midfield. Number 12 is Tambarada, another Dabawi progeny heading into this Group 2 event. He's a gelding here. Connor Beasley rides for Ahmed bin Hamash and the Sam Syndicate. He has had a couple of runs already so far this season. Connor Beasley on board all 3 times. This looks a tough assignment for a horse here who's been running midfield in handicap company. And 13, Western Writer for the O'Shea-Seamer combination. Another horse who is certainly looking to improve here heading into tonight, but up against it with the Group 2 field that he faces. But best of luck to the connections. Athbar Racing with their son of Shamadal, who steps out for his 11th career start. That is our field here as they make their way round to the mile for our Group 2 feature of the evening, the Zabeel Mile. And we do race for a total prize pool here in our feature tonight of 850,000 dirham.
And so, our feature race of the evening here at Meydan. It is the Zabeel Mile presented by Azizi, and we are excited about seeing Real World this evening. But that is if the real World turns up on his very best form, the form that saw him finishing second to Baid in the Locking Stakes, the Queen Anne Stakes, the horse that won at Royal Ascot. Even perhaps the horse that looked as if he was on the way back, judged by his run on the 17th of November in Bahrain. Real World would have a very big chance. Last time out was arguably a bit disappointing. I think a lot of people were expecting a bit more from Real World in the Al Rashidiyah, but he was a bit keen in the early part of the race. He's got the hood on to hopefully keep him settled down at the start, not get too revved up before he races. He's got a good draw in stall too. There's lots of positives. If he's anywhere near his best form, then Real World is the one who will take all the beating in the big race, the Zabeel Mile. Very shortly coming up in the winner's enclosure, the best turned out, sponsored by Zabeel Feed. And the best turned out horse award in our 7th race, the Zabeel Mile presented by Azizi, goes to horse number 4, First Constitution, who's looked after by Rabban Waz. He is currently in the winner's enclosure now, as is Dr. Ziad Al-Hawat, veterinarian and scientific key account specialist for Zabeel Feed. We thank them for their generous sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Best of luck to Rabban Waz and First Constitution in our big race, the Zabeel Mile. Now, there are a few people that think that should Real World come up short tonight, then San Donato might be the one to pick him up. He's got an awkward draw in stall 13, but there's no doubting that he's got the ability to go close in a race like this. He ran pretty well at Abu Dhabi behind Lanakash when he was only beaten a neck. Prior to that, he didn't run too badly. It was his first start since running behind Dania in the Al Quoz on World Cup night. And I think that would have been on the short side for him, but he wasn't beaten that far on that occasion, which just shows you the raw talent that he's got. He's a horse that, on his best form, San Donato, I think that he is the biggest danger to Real World. But with that draw, he will need a little bit of luck in running from stall 13. He's got a good man on board, though, in Pat Dobbs. And Marban is a most intriguing horse, maybe for tonight, but I think certainly further down the line. He's drawn in stall 1, which is, I think, a positive. He used to be trained by Charlie Fellows in the UK. He's now with Michael Costa here in Dubai. He's ridden by Ben Cohen. Look at some of his form in the UK. He was a very good 2-year-old. And some of his form last season, he wasn't beaten that far by Run to Freedom, who was placed in Group 1 company, not far off some of the best sprinters in the UK and indeed Europe. He was behind Kin Ross at Glorious Goodwood. That sort of form makes him a big player, but connections have said that he may need a little bit more time to be at his peak this year's Dubai Racing Carnival. So I would include him in the calculations. Maybe be a little bit more forgiving about tonight, but I think certainly further down the line he'll be a big player. A horse on his very best form who would be a big player if he was in good nick is the one just going forward there. That's In Crowd for Salim bin Ghadayem and Mikel Barcelona. He's drawn in stall 9. On his form back in France and in Europe back in the day, he was pretty smart. But In Crowd, unfortunately, we haven't seen him in action since August 2022. If we were to guarantee he would be in good nick, then he would be on the short list as well. So the majority of the runners loaded up. For our big race tonight, it is the Zabeel Mile presented by Azizi. Let's look forward to what's coming your way. A really good race. Will we see the real world? Pat will tell us.
That it is, Rishi. Thank you very much. Loading up now. Sean coming forward as Unico coming up into line. San Donato, Shaker Bates colours. How promising they were in 2023, both here and abroad. Looking to go one with San Donato tonight. They're off in the Zabeel Mile. Tambarada was one of the first to show on the warpath, fast away. First Constitution, very vigorously ridden to find the top with Real World, who's going to find himself in the first 3 or 4. Then came Marban, who's back into 5th position. 2.5 lengths back to Tambarada, who drops back through the field, being passed now here by Western Writer. They were followed there next in running by El Patriota. Bright Melody was next, followed by Sean Ezunico. Back to San Donato, and the last one was Marshall Plan. So they make their way off the back section with 900 to travel, and First Constitution's aims at taking the lead were granted, leading by a half length. Real World in second. Sits there ready to pounce. Even deeper out was on the warpath, being slapped along. In Crowd gets the 1-1. He's on the right horse's back. Marban on the leader's back there, though, in third. Will need some luck there to come off the fence. Next in turn, Western Rider, Tambarada, El Patriota, Ezunico, Bright Melody, San Donato, Sean, and Marshall Plan still the whipper-inner as they straighten here in the Zabeel Mile of 2024. And up on the outside, Real World takes over. In Crowd gets his run. Marban shooting through on the inside, and up there as well, deeper out, Tambarada along with El Patriota. Thrilling finish. Here's San Donato on the inside, storming through for Pat Dobbs. San Donato claiming Marban, and also El Patriota at San Donato Zabeel Mile. San Donato a weaving passage, a 10 out of 10 ride by Pat Dobbs, and he takes the Group 2. Beats home Marban. Sean was next from El Patriota. They were followed by Real World, then came Western Rider, Marshall Plan, Tamburrata, Ezunico, Bright Melody. In crowd dropped away with First Constitution, and the last one home on the Warpath. That's as good of a steer as you'll ever see. From the wide draw, we've had another horse be able to defy the wide draws tonight. They have not been able to stop San Donato. For Sheikh Abeid and Doug Watson, Pat Dobbs knows this horse like the back of his hand, and he has been able to weave a passage through on the 8-year-old by Lope de Vega to pick up the Zabeel Mile. A thrilling finish here. And as I said earlier on, they have had a wonderful 12 months, both here and abroad in these colours, and they pick up their first group winner for the season. Congratulations to Doug Watson, and congratulations to Sheikh Abeid.
Absolute brilliance from Pat Dobbs. There he is, only 2 horses behind him as they turn for home on San Donato, but travelling well. Real World had every chance at this moment, but unfortunately he just hasn't quite got the zip that he once did. Marban had to wait for a bit of a gap, but he's picked up nicely, and considering that connections were pretty clear he would need this run, it was an excellent first effort for Michael Costa. But here comes San Donato, a withering turn of foot, and he has sauntered past his rivals. El Patriota has run on really well, but he can't get close enough. He's back in third. That was superb from San Donato. From stall 13, you take your chance down on the rail, you hope for the best. You also hope that you have the right rider to take all the opportunities when they come your way. And you just see there, Pat Dobbs has probably seen a bit of a gap, but Marban has taken it, but he's allowed his horse a bit of time to get into top gear, and when he does, he picks up really well. There's a sharp turn of foot from San Donato to go past Marban, who has run a fine race in second. I think the front 2 are pretty smart, as we know, and they've put up performances that are pretty close to their best, as has the third horse, El Patriota. You'd have to be disappointed with the finishing effort of Real World. No real excuses today. In Crowd has run well. First run since August 2022. That was a pretty good effort till he got tired, having stuck onto the tail of Real World until they turned for home. But this was pretty impressive when he went through that gap, Pat Dobbs, on San Donato, and he quickened away, and he's put good distance between himself, Marban and El Patriota. A fine run from Sean on his switch to the Jamie Osborne team under Adra de Vries. He's run on well to be 4th. They could have a bit of fun with him. Western Writer back in 5th, and Real World only 6th.
So the unofficial numbers here for the Zabeel Mile at Group 2, 10, 6, 2 and 11. San Donato gets the win, 134.46 the winner's time, 1.5 by a half length. 10, 6, 2 and 11 in the Zabeel Mile.
And here comes the winner of the Zabeel Mile, presented by Azizi. Let's hear it for the 8-year-old son of Lope de Vega, out of Boston Rocker, trained by Doug Watson, brilliantly ridden by Pat Dobbs in the colours of His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Ubaid Al Maktoum. It is San Donato! It's Pat Dobbs. Well done, Dobbsy. That was a terrific performance from horse and rider. You got to ride with a bit of panache, a little bit of daring from stall 13, but how pleased were you with that?
Yeah, when he's on song, he's very good, Rishi. He carries you into the race very well. I knew going down he was on fire today. He went down keen, which is good to see him like that. But he's obviously one that needs gaps to open for him. But when he is on song, he can take them gaps so quick. He's just very professional, and he's just a very good horse.
That was the thing that really struck me. Yes, of course, you had a tough draw in 13, but you were travelling really well. Travelling is one thing, but when they get the gaps, to be able to take it in the speed that he did tonight was what I felt was most impressive. What did you think?
Yeah, I was very impressed. I was following the horse I didn't want to follow, but I didn't have much choice. And then you just got to pray for the gaps. Luckily, the horse I was following went right, and it opened up lovely down the inside. And once he got that little gap down the inside, he shot through, and then he went between the second horse and the horse on his outside very easy.
Before racing, I spoke to Doug, and we were talking and lamenting about the fact that he's had such tough draws, but maybe this is the secret. Just get a tough draw, and you have to ride him like that.
Yeah, he's never had a good draw for as long as we've had him. Hopefully get a good draw on one of the big nights.
Well done, Pat.
Thanks, Richie.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our feature race of the night at Meydan. The Zabeel Mile presented by Azizi. And it's our pleasure to welcome up onto the stage Mr. Motorways Azizi, the chairman. And we thank Azizi for their very generous sponsorship of what has been a tremendous card here tonight at Meydan. And a brilliant winner of the Zabeel Mile presented by Azizi in San Donato. Stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning owner, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Ubaid Al Maktoum, it is Doug Watson. And it's a very short walk for the winning trainer, because once again, a round of applause for Doug Watson. And what a brilliant, daring ride with panache and verve from Pat Dobbs. One more close, tight-knit, friendly photo for everyone to do after the success of San Donato in our feature race, the Zabeel Mile presented by Azizi. Well done to all involved with San Donato. Going to keep the winning trainer, Doug Watson, up on stage. Doug, congratulations now. I'm going to enjoy this because at the start of the evening, when I spoke to you before the first race, you were a little bit negative about how we suggested maybe you might struggle for a winner, but that was a very impressive performance by San Donato. Did you expect something quite like that?
He's been in great form. His second race last year, he had a little problem out of the race with his knee, and this year he's just been nice and sound. Oscar Chavez gets on him every morning for us and does a real nice job. And, we just knew from that draw, we were going to have to get a little lucky, and we did.
Well, there's one thing to have luck, but another to make the best of that luck. Yeah. What did you make of the way that he picked up once the gaps came?
I was just hoping the gaps would come there. I thought Dobbsy rode him great. He knows him. He has a lot of confidence in him, and we got through on the rail, and then there was a little pocket there where you don't know if he would get through to win the race, but he did a great job with him. Good rider.
Of course, he's a good rider. You two had a terrific relationship. One thing he was saying was that now, obviously, you've got the way to ride him. What could the potential be for where he could go? What races could he do? I mean, are you thinking, leading to the Dubai turf ultimately?
I'll speak to Sheikh Obaid and see what he would like to do. For us, I mean, we thought, he has to get lucky in his run, and he has to have a nice pass through. I think if he drew better, he'd have been a little bit closer without taking him out the back there. But you have to kind of lump it there when you get that kind of draw. And his last 5 draws were 13, 14, 15, 13, 13. So he's got to get lucky with one of those eventually, to see how he comes out of it, and then just go from there. I think he'd get further, maybe. He had a nice pace in front of him tonight, but just pleased for the Sheikh Obaid and for our team at home. It's been kind of a slow season, but we're winning some nice races, which is always nice, and everybody still puts in the same amount of time, so it's good to see.
Isolate on Festive Friday, and now San Donato tonight. It's all quality. Who cares about quantity? Well done, Doug.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Well done.
Welcome back to the mounting yard for race number 8. It is the penultimate event on the program, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial over the 1400 metres. Nice field, this one. Our smallest field of the night, only 7 gallopers, but plenty of quality amongst the lot as we head to race to horse number 1, and that is Courtier, the 3-year-old colt by Matterhorn for Julio Olajuara and Jose da Silva. He's a 2-time winner overseas. Jose da Silva on board on both occasions. He comes here looking to continue on that run of success overseas with a win here. He's had 3 wins and 2 minor placings from 5 starts. He's never run out of the money. Hopefully he can put a bit of that form on show here tonight. But he does have to lug the 59.5 kilos in this race compared to the remainder who are allocated 55. Number 2 is El Yabri for Christian Demuro and Musaba Almiri. He ran 3rd in his debut at Meydan here over the 1400 metres, in behind Mendelssohn Bay, who he meets once again here today, hoping to go one the better. He's drawn the ace for this 7-horse contest. Number 3 is Ma Yatel, off a rating of 103 after a devastating win on debut at the home course of Jebel Ali. He comes into this, he'll carry 56 kilograms here, with Ben Cohen allocated the extra kilogram here to ride the horse. The 3-year-old colt by Flame Away has his 2nd run and his Meydan debut this evening. Number 4 is Mendelssohn Bay, very impressive in his debut. Plenty of form has come out of that race there where he was victorious over Million Doro. Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea having a great night tonight, and they're looking to go back-to-back here at Meydan with this son of Mendelssohn in the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial. You can completely put a line through the last start of Military Artist. Unfortunately was taken out of the contest after copping a nasty check. So we didn't get to see the best of Military Artist, but does find what you'd probably say as a bit more of a difficult race this time around. This 3-year-old colt by Munings. Fauzi Nas does the training for the victorious stable. Hopefully he can bounce back after what was an unfortunate run last time out to the races. 6 is Million Doro. He's had the 2 starts now, both for 2nd placings, 2nd behind Mendelssohn Bay, 2nd behind Ma Yatel. He'll appreciate being back on a flat surface here at Meydan. He didn't handle the hill at Jebel Ali all too well. And if he can run up to that form there, we'll see him potentially out in front for a good chunk of the race. And he'll be the one they're chasing at the turn. And last but not least, also for Ahmed bin Hamash, is Rasas. Cal Barcelona jumps on board here. He was a winner at Jebel Ali by a convincing margin in Conditions Company. He steps into a similar race here, but does switch back over to Meydan, where he was down the track in his only run here to date at maiden grade. Bell goes for riders to climb aboard. Our 7 runners are about to head out here for our penultimate event, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial. A small field, but a cracking race ahead of us. Post time, not too far away. Meydan hero.
Our penultimate race and our penultimate best turned out horse award. The UAE 2000 Guineas Trial presented by Azizi, and this award is presented by Zabil Feed. It goes to horse number 3, Ma Yatal. He's got a big reputation after that win at Jebel Ali. At the moment, in the winner's enclosure, is the man who looks after him, Norshed Alam, receiving his prize from Dr. Ziad Al-Hawat, veterinarian, scientific key account specialist. Fist pumps for all involved with Ma Yatal. Our thanks to Zabil Feed for their sponsorship of this award. 600 dirhams to each winner of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Best of luck to Ma Yatal in our penultimate race. Well, here is the most exciting horse in this race, and I say that advisedly because there are some really quite exciting horses in this race, but judged by what Ma Yatal did first time up at Jebel Ali, that has led many of us to believing that we saw something special that day, and we may see something special once again tonight. Now, the horse in second with the white cap, that's Million Doro, who has been beaten by Mendelssohn, subsequently Mendelssohn Bay. And this is what Ma Yatal did to him at Jebel Ali over 1,200 meters. He has bolted up. He powered away from Million Doro on his first start, Ma Yatal. He won in a time of 1:10.41 up the hill at Jebel Ali. That's pretty good from a then 2-year-old first time up. You look at his pedigree, his sire was really a miler. That was some of his best performances when he raced stateside. And it's possible that Ma Yatal might actually improve for the step up to 1,400 meters this evening here at Meydan. It is a better race. It's a lot deeper race than the one at Jebel Ali, of course. But everything he did on that occasion leads us to believing that he could be very good. Number 4 is Mendelssohn Bay, who I said earlier on also beat Million Doro first time up. Now, he beat Million Doro in a different style. He wore Million Doro down on his debut over course and distance, and that came in November. When the runners turned for home on that occasion, it looked as if Million Doro had the rest of the field in trouble. But in fairness to Mendelssohn Bay, he really showed a strong, courageous, tenacious attitude on his first competitive start, and he wore down Million Doro to win by a length. It was a very good first effort, and all likelihood is that he's got more to come. As he just spooks, something might have just put him off his stride for a second, but this is only his second official racecourse appearance as he heads down to post under Tiger Shave for Bhupat Seemar. Both trainer and jockey have had a very good time of things this evening. Number 5 is Military Artist. pretty useful 2-year-old in the UK. He won at Kempton on the all-weather back in September. And then on his first start here in the UAE, he ran here in December and was, obviously, as you heard from Pat earlier on, you can put a line through that run. He was badly checked. His performance on that occasion, no indication of his real ability. He's got an American pedigree. He's by Munnings out of a mare by Forestry. Everything in that pedigree suggests that he should go on this surface. And I wouldn't totally rule out a fair show from Military Artist. He stepped up well. He showed a lot of promise first time up at Ascot on his first run, and then he won very nicely at Kempton. So if he carries on improving, and he's of the ilk that we saw when he won at Kempton, I think he would be a player. Whether he's going to be good enough to beat Mayatal, if what we saw at Jebel Ali is the real deal, then that's another question. Number 1, Quartier, is a really interesting runner for Julio Orozquaga and Jose da Silva. He has been very prolific in Uruguay. Obviously, because he's Southern Hemisphere bred, he's got to concede weight to all his rivals, and that's a little bit of a question mark against him. But I have to confess, looking at him in the paddock, he really does take the eye, and although he is conceding that weight, physically he looks really strong. He looks quite fit for this, his first run since October, and he's going to be a little bit more streetwise than a few of his rivals. Part of the reason why it makes this race really interesting. El Yabri just going forward, was third behind Melderson Bay. Obviously I mentioned Million Doro, who's been beaten by both Mayatal and Melderson Bay, but in fairness, when behind Melderson Bay, that was, a decent effort, but obviously a long way behind Mayatal. Arasas the only one, but a winner at Jebel Ali in December. Cracking race coming up, our penultimate race. It is the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial. Pat, it's all yours.
Thank you very much there, Rishi. Looking forward to this race here. It is a small field, but plenty of young talents amongst this lot here, and we're looking forward to seeing how they will all measure up against one another. The international market very much gravitating towards Mayatal as the one. And Rasas loads away to complete the line. Set at the mile. And the gates fly in the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, and they broke away to a good line. Pressing forward, Million Doro. Mayatal broke fast. Al Yabri utilises the inside. Rasas improves 3 deep. Military Artist gets onto his back. Back up on the inside was Melderson Bay. Might just get a little bit cluttered up there in the small field. And Courtier is a long way last and detached from the rest of this field as they make their way down the back straight with 900 to travel. Million Doro doing it at nice sections. Rasas the outside in second. Mayatal splits them in third and tracks the leader. Military Artist was fourth. Fifth to El Yabri, already being pushed along. Melderson Bay spots the lead 4 or 5. Courtier still about 4 lengths detached as they swing the bend with 550 metres left to go in the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial. Million Doro the leader, well held together at the moment, just given a shake up. Mayatal caught in a pocket here, needs an out. Rasas there boxing him in. Mayatal muscles out now and starts to lift. Military Artist down the outside starting to present with Courtier. Melderson Bay still to pick up. Mayatal lifting here at the furlong peg. Mayatal from Courtier, who's motoring home. Mayatal from Courtier, who is getting some ground here late in the piece. But Mayatal, 2 for 2. He is something special. Mayatal by a length. Courtier second. Third across the line, Military Artist. Melderson Bay never picked up. Rasas followed there next in turn by Million Doro. And Al Yabri, he dropped the bit a long way from home and he finished along last. 103 rating on debut. He had the question marks as to whether the home ground advantage had something to do with it. And on that performance, after having to muscle his way out at the corner, I think you'd say he is a nice horse on the rise. Mayatal gets another winner for our leading trainer in Michael Costa. The 3-year-old colt by Flame Away gets the job done at the shorts on the international market, and Ben Cohen picks up his first win of the night, carrying 1 over at the 56 kilos.
And he is very good, Meydan. Okay, the official winning margin was being whittled away by Cartier, but turning for home, this was the moment that if you were supporting Meydan, you're a bit worried, because Rassas is just leaning on him as he turns for home, and he had to just take a second before he gathered himself up and got into top gear, by which stage Cartier is already making ground. And so as a consequence, I think you could probably mark Meydan's performance up a fraction or two. Fine run from Cartier in second. That was a really good effort, considering he's a little bit detached early on, but he has stayed on really nicely. And back in third was Military Artist, who stepped up on his first run. But have a look at where Meydan is as they turn for home. He's just in behind Million d'Oro. Ben Cohen wants to get out, but it's not easy, and he has to force his way out. Once he does, the result is almost inevitable. But in fairness to Cartier, he has run on with real gusto down the outside. Mendelssohn Bay has been a bit disappointing. Never really got into the race after a slow start and then got buffeted about in behind horses. But I think the dream for Meydan remains alive. That was really impressive in the context of the troubles that he had to overcome in winning. This 3-year-old son of Flame Away is very good. He gave that impression with a 13 3/4 length success when he won at Jebel Ali on his debut. And things haven't gone entirely his way here. He's had to battle away. He's had to get into a bit of a brute force fight with Rassas, just ease Rassas out the way. But once he did, he goes sauntering past at Million d'Oro, and he's fended off Cartier well enough. He's a very good 3-year-old, just about the best of the locally trained horses. Yes, he was getting a fair amount of weight from Cartier back in second, but Meydan is even better, I think, than the official winning margin tonight. Can't wait to see him again.
Unofficial numbers for the UAE 2000 Guineas trial: 3, 1, 5 and 4. 3, 1, 5 and 4. Meydan takes out race number 8, stopping the clock at 1:25.08. Margins 3/4 of a length by 3 1/4 lengths. 3, 1, 5, 4, race number 8.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen something special. We thought we might. Meydan's delivered. Welcome back, your winner of the UAE 2000 Guineas trial, presented by Azizi. He is now 2 from 2. He is undefeated. The 3-year-old bay colt by Flame Away out of Delightful Melody, ridden by Ben Cohen, trained by Michael Costa, owned by His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Remember this name, Meydan! Well, I'm looking forward to the debrief from Ben Cohen, who's just ridden Meydan. Ben, well done. Were you a little bit worried when Rastas wasn't giving you a bit of clear sailing turning in?
No, not really. I knew I had the horse underneath me. I just have to give him a little bump to get a bit of racing room. But actually today he didn't do much in front of me. It's quite a stary place on your own in front here, and he had a good look around. But yeah, you couldn't ask for any more.
It's wonderful watching these races, because quite often in these dirt races you see a horse travelling well, but it's just a question of grinding through. He seems to pick up. Is that a fair way of how it feels?
Yeah, and he's a very easy horse to ride. The minute you get a bit of cover, he drops his head. When you give him a click, he seems to find a couple of gears. So as a rider, it's nice to know that's underneath you.
How good is he?
We'll see.
Well done, Ben. And that is correct weight in race number 8, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, 3:154. Meydan victorious in a time of 1:25.08.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for our penultimate race of the evening, the UAE 2000 Guineas Trial, presented by Azizi. We welcome up onto the stage Mr. Wael Abu Adas, the Deputy Chief Development Officer. And once again, our sincere thanks to Azizi for their support of tonight's 9-race card at Meydan. We have just seen a stunning performance from the young, unbeaten Meydan. He's owned by His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning owner. Put your hands together for the winning trainer, Michael Costa. Just going to keep Michael on stage for just 1 second, if that's all right, just to ask you about this horse. I stood next to you as he was coming back in. You described him as a cool dude. Has he always been a cool dude from the moment that you first got him?
Yeah, he has. He's a very straightforward horse, and when you see how he presents, he's got this big white blaze and a bit of cow patch on his back leg, and his looks exactly how his mannerisms are as well. So he's a very pleasurable horse to have in the stable.
And it's interesting hearing Ben talking about him in the race. We watch him, watch what he did at Jebel Ali, watch what he did tonight. He looks straightforward, and even when he gets in trouble, he's good enough, tough enough to get himself out of it.
Yeah, he's a horse beyond his years. He's got a lot of maturity for a very lightly raced horse, and that's a huge advantage when you're running as a young horse. So I think the best is definitely yet to come, and I think he'll appreciate stepping out to the mile next up.
I was just going to ask you about trip-wise, because the exciting thing about a horse like this is if you can do it whilst travelling well over 1,200, 1,400, if you can see it out over further, it's quite a weapon to have, a turn of foot.
Yeah, definitely. And leading into tonight, we knew that we had the mile race to come, so we had him ready for tonight, but there's definitely fitness to come as well. So I think if he can find the bunny in a mile race, it'll be very hard to catch.
We know that the season here is relatively short in the UAE. You don't have much time to get into things and watch a horse progress, but I get the impression from you that with this guy, because he's quite a mature character, it actually makes that particular task a bit easier?
Yeah, definitely. When you've got a horse, you can train it the way you want. That's half the battle. So he, as I said, he's a pleasure to have in the barn, and if they're all that easy to train, it'd be easy.
I suppose he makes your life a lot more enjoyable than having horses like that. Makes it a real thrill to be here. I mean, how much are you enjoying it, and how much does it help to have a horse like him in your care?
Yeah, it's the whole package, you know. Firstly, for training for His Highness and just having the opportunity and the season going well. Every now and then you've got to pinch yourself, but horse racing's a game that'll keep you humble. So we just keep chipping away and just turn the horses out the best way we can.
Enjoy the successes when you can. Michael, very well done tonight.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for one final Faces at the Races. We need your biggest, boldest, most beautiful smile one more time, and it will win you 500 dirhams. You'll have to make your way through the treacherous passage to Concourse B. But what have we got? Who's got the biggest smile? Now, I normally say teeth or no teeth, but we have got teeth. We've got Godolphin teeth. We've got a heart. That young lady has just won 500 dirhams. Now she's got the task of finding Concourse B. That might be more of a challenge than winning a final edition tonight of... Are you ready? One more time. Faces at the Races.
So welcome back to the parade ring for the final race of the evening, the Azizi Riviera by Azizi over the 1600 metres. And we are about to get set here for this final race of the evening. Let's head into our first horse in this 65 to 90 handicap. And that is the one in Royal Dubai. He's a 4-year-old colt by Seahenge for Lucy Botti here. Patrick Cosgrave will do the riding here, stepping out for the first time this season. Quite a few runners for the Borsley camp here in the final race. Ajwan will spot the standard colours for Omar Salas. And he is an 11-year-old entire by Rock of Gibraltar. We've seen him once already this season. That was at Jebel Ali. He was down the track on that occasion. We'll be hoping to bounce back here on the Meydan surface, second up for the year. Number 3 is Marinda, wearing the white distinguishing cap here. Connor Beasley on board for Ahmed bin Hamash, the 5-year-old gelding by Pedro the Great. He is also first up for the campaign, stepping out for his 6th career start. Number 4 is Nibras Angel. Ismail Mohammed. Marcelino Rodriguez will claim the 3 kilograms here. He draws in 13, so we'll need to be good from there. Last seen at the races in York, September 2023. So over here to Dubai. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here for the new stable. Number 5 is Prompting. Audrey de Vries and Fauzinas combine here. A wide draw. He was second, beaten a neck at Abu Dhabi in his final race, but that was back in March of 2021. He's been off the scene for a long time now, the 8-year-old gelding, and returns to the races here. He will be up against it from the wide gate. Number 6 is Worko. He'll spot the white distinguishing cap. Oscar Chavez to do the riding on the 2-time winner. He comes out of the Group 2 on the 22nd of December in behind Measured Time. He was beaten a distance on that occasion. He will find this much easier. Well, after the win at Abu Dhabi, Aswan was a little disappointing in that run there behind Lasso Dude over the 1400 metres. But they bounce him back here third up and hoping to improve. He steps back out to the 1600. The distance he was very impressive over, taking out that race at Abu Dhabi back in mid-November. So the 8 first view is a scratching. We head to the 9, Imperial Empire. Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea combine for Touch Gold Racing. He's had the 2 starts already so far. He's been down the track on both occasions. And although this race is slightly easier, he will need to improve here third up. Mikhail Barcelona jumps on board Meydan Dubai once again here after winning on him in his second up run over the same track and trip. He strikes a similar race here and was only nosed out there over 1900 last start. Racing very well at the moment is Meydan Dubai, and I think he'll make his presence felt this evening. So connections here with 2 runners in the race across 2 stables. Sari Dubai will wear a red distinguishing cap, and Patrick Dobbs and Doug Watson, our Group 2 winning combination from this evening, will be partnering here with Sari Dubai. He draws one of the widest gates here, the 2-time winner, and returns here for a first up run for the season. 12 is Silent Defence. He wears the green distinguishing cap. Brian Curatolo rides for Rashid Borsley, the 4-year-old colt here by National Defence. We've seen him once, and that was at Meydan here over the 1400. He was down the track on that occasion, looking to improve here this evening. Wearing the red distinguishing cap is Tranquil Knights. He comes into this event here, the 5-year-old by Invincible Spirit, with Saif El Belushi on board to partner him here. This is his third up run for the season. Both runs so far has been down the track at Meydan and Jebel Ali, would need to improve. Will LeJuge be able to return here a winner? Comes out for his Dubai debut. Does the colt by Showcasing. Has had a win and a second so far to date. Last seen at the races in September of 2022. Michael Costa looking to take the last 2 races on the program. Currently sitting as our international market favourite. Number 15 is Ils et Ailes, the 4-year-old gelding by Shamadal. Jim Crowley for Simon and Ed Crisford. And he steps out for his first run here for the season. Hasn't been seen since Chantilly over the 2,000 metres back in the 28th of June of last year. And number 16 is Mystery Fox. Another one for Ahmed bin Hamash. Gabriel Maloon to do the riding here. And he has his first run at Meydan this campaign. His 2 runs to date, both at Jebel Ali. That's our 16 runners for the final event on the program here over the 1,600 metres on turf. The 2 starts already.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our final Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening, courtesy of Zabil Feed. It has gone to horse number 10, Made in Dubai. He's looked after by Beam Singh, who is currently in the winner's enclosure now, with the most magnificent moustache that we have seen tonight at Meydan. He's receiving his prize from Dr. Zain Al-Hawad, veterinarian, scientific key account specialist, but also an expert on the word moustache, which he's just informed me was originally an Arabic word that was taken by France, and then the English, and then the Germans. It's had a whole history, but all the way along, what we know about it is that when it is as beautifully turned out as Beam Singh's moustache, it speaks to the international audience. Beam Singh, Beam by name, Beam by nature. Magnificent moustache. The best turned out in our finale here at Meydan. And we're having a look at one of the leading contenders for our final race tonight at Meydan, and that is La Juge for Michael Costa and Ben Cohen. They must still be on a high after that magnificent win of Maya Tal in our previous race. This is quite an exciting horse. In fairness, their horses have run pretty well tonight. If you think about how well Marban ran in the Zabil Mile earlier on, the team are in good nick, as we know about the Michael Costa team this season in the UAE. And La Juge has some good form in the book, albeit it came in September 2022 and August 2022 in the UK. If you look through that form, the defeat of horses like Mustajab and Tough Enough, it gives him a bit of a chance here if he's fit and ready to go, where he is in the handicap off a mark of 87. But it's that long layoff. That's the big question. But we've seen the horses from the Michael Costa yard are in great form. The best turned out, as we just saw, is number 10, Made in Dubai, trained by Salim bin Gadaya and ridden by Mikel Barcelona. You heard from Pat just a few moments ago. He's a big player. He is in good form. He won here in November. That was over 1,600 meters on the dirt. But he's arguably got a slightly better record on the turf. He ran really well behind Ajus Fiscal. Ajus Fiscal ran well earlier on the card, so all the form is stacking up. I think it's going to be hard to keep Made in Dubai out the frame. He'll need a good pace. I think that's going to happen. I think there are enough horses that want to get on with it, and if they go hard enough up front, he'll be finishing off the race quite nicely. And if he gets the gaps, then I think he's got to go close, Made in Dubai. Number 11, Sari Dubai, Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. Again, another horse for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs has got a tough draw in 15. This horse by Creative Cause out of Emma Spencer. He comes into this race off a layoff that goes back to February of 2023. But back in 2023, he was in really good form. Won a couple of races here on the turf. He won a maiden, and he stepped into handicap company and finished off with a good run behind First Winter when he was stepped up in class and slightly in distance as well. So if he's fit and raring to go, then again, another horse who will need a little bit of luck in running. I imagine Pat Dobbs will want to drop him out a la San Donato and hope that the gaps come his way. Just about 3 or 4 left to go forward for our final race. So for the final time, let's head up to the commentary box to the Rebel PC, Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Rishi. It's been great to have you along for the broadcast here this evening, and we've got a great race here with a nice field of 15 to finish us up as Made in Dubai comes up into line here, nosed out last start. He is certainly a horse that has been on song this season. And Mikel Barcelona jumps back on board, who partnered him 2 starts ago to victory. So Royal Dubai comes up for Pat Cosgrave. Sari Dubai wearing the similar silks with the red cap. The Borsley camp as well, with 3 runners here in the race. Worko in the white and Silent Defence in the green cap. So we are set to go. First view, a scratching just before the start. We're set to run, and we are racing from the 1,600 metres. Ajwad was fast off. Els was the next one to go. Settling down into second. Aswan deeper out, pressing forward. Mystery Fox also handy. A few of these Bin Hamash runners want to be in the first half dozen. Tranquil Night was next. From next in turn there, Marinda. Then came to his outside there, Lejuge, followed by Prompting. Royal Dubai was next. Made in Dubai back on the fence with a few in front of him. Then came on the outside Nibris Angel, about 2.5 lengths to Silent Defence from Worko, Imperial Empire, and Sari Dubai is detached at the end. So Aswad keeps them rolling at a good clip. Leading the way here from on the outside, Aswan in second. Third up on the inside, working up into it was Mystery Fox. They were followed there next in turn as they start to make the swing off the back here by Tranquil Night. 2.5 lengths to Ils et Els from Lejuge. Then came on the inside Marinda, Royal Dubai, Prompting. Made in Dubai about 8 or 9 to pick up. Silent Defence was next from Nibris Angel. Back on the inside was Imperial Empire from Sari Dubai. And the last one working into the straight was Worko. As they come past the 400, Aswad gives a kick. 2.5 lengths clear. Lejuge on the outside off the big break. Starts to level up now. Made in Dubai working through as well. Made in Dubai hits the lead from Lejuge. Trying to level up. Coming from the back, Sari Dubai. Royal Dubai down the outside with Nibris Angel. Made in Dubai up in front. Looking very, very ominous here. The outside Nibris Angel. Sari Dubai, Royal Dubai, but Made in Dubai. Made in Dubai. Dubai's everywhere. 1.5 lengths beats Royal Dubai. Next across was Nibris Angel. Close over there for fourth with Sari Dubai. Then came Silent Defence from next in turn Marinda. Lejuge dropped away with Imperial Empire. Then came Aswad from Worko. Ils et Els from Tranquil Night, Prompting. Following them in the run there was Mystery Fox. And the last one home was Aswad. Made in Dubai gets the job done. It's had a lot handier today. He wasn't as far back, but back to the 1,600 metres. He had the expert steering there of Mikhail Barcelona as the pilot here in the last, and that's his second win on this runner for season 23-24. He's racing incredibly well. A credit to Salim bin Gudaya and His Excellency Sheikh Hamdan in the way that they have kept this horse in such good order. The 5-year-old gelding by More Than Ready picks up another win here in the UAE and does it very well to take out the final event here from Meydan.
Two from 4 this season for Made in Dubai, and with the pace that was set in the early part of the race, it suited the closers. Have a look at Made in Dubai. Mikhail Barcelona had a look at 1 or 2 gaps, chose the right one, and then he had plenty of room and plenty of horse as well as he goes past Lejuge, who's just running out of steam, having been a bit keen early on. And amongst the closers, you've got Sari Dubai, the grey down on the rail, also Nibris Angel on the outside, and Royal Dubai, who's also run on well. They were all towards the back of the field, but they've picked up nicely off that strong pace set by Ajwad earlier on. Ajwad tiring in the straight. Over to the inside, you'll just see Made in Dubai tracking Ajwad through, and once he gets out behind, from behind Ajwad, he picks up really nicely. Nibris Angel was finishing really strongly down the outside. I thought for a minute might get even closer than she eventually did. She was drawn and stalled at 13 and had to be dropped out from where she was, but Made in Dubai had a little bit too much in hand. Had a really good trip down on the inside rail as well. That's probably helped. Fine effort from Royal Dubai, who's also out towards the rear at this stage. You'll see in the red cap, that's Sari Dubai, Made in Dubai, Royal Dubai. They all fill 3 of the first 4 positions. Also in amongst there was Nibris Angel. You'll see Lejuge just getting a bit tired, but ran okay considering the long layoff. Made in Dubai has been in really good form this season. That's 2 from 4 now. Watch out for Nibris Angel. She may well appreciate a drop back. She's been doing her winning over 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres, so perhaps a drop back down and trip will really suit her later on in the season.
Unofficial numbers here for the final event from Meydan: 10, 1, 4 and 11 in race number 9. 10, 1, 4 and 11. Made in Dubai the winner. Winner's time 1:36.12. Margins 1.25 lengths by a head. 10, 1, 4 and 11. Race 9.
Our final race, the Azizi Riviera, presented by Azizi, goes the way of the 5-year-old bay gelding by More Than Ready out of Goose Martini, ridden by Mikhail Barcelona, trained by Salim bin Gudaya for His Excellency Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. It is Made in Dubai. Our final chat with the winning rider after our final race made in Dubai. And here is his jockey, Mikel Barcelona. Mikel, that was, I imagine, quite an exciting ride for you, the way the race panned out. Good pace. You must have been filled with confidence halfway through.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty. Actually, we went good gallop, and I was just a bit, actually what happened, we were scared to get to the front too early. But I had no option, and actually he actually didn't stop. He maintained his pace today, so I'm glad he did that, because he used to stop in front, so he's very polyvalent horse. Yeah.
Tell me about when you're traveling really well, but you're waiting for the gap, and you're wondering what's going to happen. What goes through your mind?
Just to make sure when I find my gap, it will be, I won't have to take back, because when you ask him to go, he really picked up. So no, he's a lovely horse. He's performing on the dirt as well. So at least we give us option.
Fine way to finish the evening. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that's correct weight here in race number 9, 10, 1, 4 and 11. 10, 1, 4 and 11, made in Dubai. Your winner, 136.12, the winner's time. Margins a length.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our final presentation of the evening for race 9, the Azizi Riviera. We'd like to welcome up onto the stage to make the presentation Mr. Mohamed Ragheb, Chief Development Officer. And for the final time tonight, let us thank Azizi for their wonderful support of tonight's 9 race card here at Meydan. And what a terrific evening of racing we've had here in Dubai. Our final race has gone the way of Made in Dubai, a brilliant winner for Salim bin Khedaya and Mikel Barcelona, receiving on behalf of the winning owner, His Excellency Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Put your hands together for Faris Tahir Al Kumani. Well, here is our caller, Pat Comerford, who's come down to reflect on what we've seen tonight here at Meydan. We always say before the start of every day, oh, this is going to be great. But in reality, it has lived up to all expectations and delivered a little bit more, Pat.
It certainly has. Look, it was a wonderful evening of racing. We've been able to obviously uncover a couple of horses that just only going to make the season to come so much more exciting, but at the same time as well, I guess 2 worthy horses being able to pick up a group tag this evening. And yeah, there was a couple of nail-biting finishes. I wouldn't say anything too close, but I think the big margin winners as well were some of the more exciting parts also. Look, it wasn't the most, I wouldn't say it wasn't the most well-executed one, but I think if you look into the ride of Tuz from Ty Gaucher,
brilliant.
it is as intricate of a plan as any, as Pat Dobbs on San Donato riding through and weaving a passage, because they utilised the horse's best asset and essentially ran them ragged. So I think Tuz was a fantastic win, and I know it was, from a viewer's perspective, it might be seen as a sort of, a gate-to-wire sort of job, but I think the win has a lot more merit to it. He's a horse that's obviously going to hopefully come on from this, and just another one in the Bupat SEMA camp that's obviously probably into the second half of their racing career, but still fighting on.
Well, of course, his uncle trained Ronaldo the Wizard, who was a star well into his teen years, so relatively young. Tuz at the age of 7. He's halfway through his career. He's got a lot more to come. You mentioned San Donato. Pat Dobbs obviously had to ride for luck, but he did that. A bit of panache, a bit of daring, but the horse delivered for him. Real World, very disappointing. I've broken up with him. I sent him a pretty horrible note. I said, we're done. But San Donato, the speed he showed when he got the gaps late on was really impressive.
It was a similar sort of performance in how he closed off to what we saw first up from him at Abu Dhabi. Now, it was a different sort of race. He didn't have the opportunity to cut to the inside. But as we said, he's been plagued with bad gate draws. And finally, I guess you come onto a track like Meydan, which I guess the horses sort of have a tendency to sort of use a little bit more of the track. Tight turning circuit like Abu Dhabi, there's no way you're pinching an inside run when you're in a 16 horse field. Yeah. So he's been able to utilise the track tonight, the long run in, and he's been able to wind up. And as we said, like what a 6 months it's been for Shaker Bade as well, not only here but also over in Australia. Caulfield Cups, Melbourne Cups, the Shaker Bade's horses are flying, and credit to Doug Watson as well. He's been able to pick up a number of the group features already so far this season. He seems to be after a pretty slow start, which I'm sure he'll agree to as well. He's been able to really hit his straps in the last 3 or 4 weeks, our champion trainer from last year.
Yeah, he's picking up the quality winners, obviously Isolate, and then tonight with San Donato. Now, often commentators are pretty good at hiding their feelings and hiding their biases and their tendencies to favour one horse or another, one jockey or trainer. But occasionally, their voice gives it away. I'm pretty certain the gentleman on my left has got a soft spot for Meydan. Your sentiment is obviously echoed by a lot of people around here. How much did you enjoy watching him? Not only did he have to show his ability, but he had to show a bit of muscle and a bit of streetwise sense.
I think if you're an avid lover of horse racing, you're going to see these horses that I guess in our position, you're fortunate enough to be, in the best seat of the house. What he was able to achieve at Jebel Ali, to be honest, I'll consider that maiden win quite special in my, career. I reckon, however long it goes, as to horses who have really come out and made an impression first up. He did that, and look, there was obviously going to be doubters. He got a rating of 103. That's showing from our handicapper Stephen Hindle that he's they've got a really high opinion of this horse. That also provides that horse obviously a reputation to have to live up to, and as a lightly raced horse, so young, there's not a lot of horses that are going to be able to do that. So for him to do it, and not only do it the way that he did, and there's going to be plenty of people who are going to turn around and say he only won by 3/4 of a length. Courtier was 6 or 7 lengths off the rest of the pack. He's motored home. He's got home by a short margin. The manner in which he did it, to be able to muscle out at the turn and be able to execute that as the way that he did, considering that they were going at a pretty decent clip. And the reason Courtier did come on so well was because they were going very, very hard up in front, thanks to El Yabri. So I'm looking forward to seeing where he goes. We've seen 2 different types of races from him now. And I think the most exciting part about Meydan going forward is he's just continuing to show now, start by start, and I'm very excited to see how he goes over a mile. As he gets out further over distance, he's already showing as a young horse that he is getting to a point where he's well beyond his years in regards to how he executes his races. He's shaping up to be a very, very talented racehorse, and with Michael Costa at the helm, with opportunities to potentially travel abroad now. Joe Taylor's making her way here to the end of the month. They're going to have that opportunity to travel horses, and he might be a juvenile that we may see on foreign shores in the colours of Sheikh Ahmed. I know he races horses obviously in Europe as well, but in the Michael Costa banner, maybe in the Southern Hemisphere as well, we might see some nice racing from him. So pretty exciting times ahead. I think he's a nice horse for the future.
Well, Michael Costa calls him the cool dude. I think that's the right name for him. It's an apt nickname. Meydan is a dude. He just parades with ease. He races comfortably. He's amenable. Everything about him. He's unfussed, unflustered. He's a terrific, exciting young horse. 2 from 2. Those were the star performances tonight. Well done to William Buick. He had a treble, double for Charlie Appleby as well. Couple of exciting horses. I think Legend of Time is a name that we'll remember a little bit more. We'll hear a lot more about him. I think he could be a horse that could be a sort of classic contender back in the UK. Anyway, that's for another day. Pat, thank you very much. Before we go, just to remind you, of course, that we are back next week, Friday. Looks a competitive card. The big race is the Lord North Handicap. Lord North, of course, a 3-time winner on World Cup night. And word from trainer John Gosden, or one of his trainers, John and Thady Gosden, is that the plan is very much to bring Lord North back here in March, 30th of March, World Cup night. And were he to win the Dubai Turf, he'd become the first horse ever to win 4 times on World Cup night. That's a little teaser for a little bit later on in the season. Pat, lovely to work with you.
Thank you very much, Rishi.
It's
really
been a real
appreciate
joy.
it. Looking forward to next time.
I'll try and get your name right all the way through the show. I think we did okay with the tips, didn't we? We got
not too
5
bad.
each.
Not too bad. We'll
and
take
not all
that.
the same.
We'll take that as well.
3 the same, Mr.
I think our director in the room will have something to say about it though, because he tipped 5 last week. He's got 7 this week, so he's done well.
He tips all those winners because he asks around and everybody else does his work. Do your own homework. And with that in mind, Matt and I are going to wrap things up here and say thank you very much for joining us tonight at Meydan. Safe home, and we'll see you all